Chapter 2382, Class.H.I. Plussing in Secret. Chapter 2382, Class. H.I. Plussing in Secret. Suddenly, an obscure sect, the Z-Way sect, became lively. On this day, Origin Bright brought a white-browed old man and suddenly descended upon the Z-Way sect. Mo Qingshan and the rest were fearful and awed. Sect Master Mo, you guys are really so capable. Origin Bright's words were full of derision. Clearly, his resentment toward the Z-Way sect was very deep. By now, Yi Yuan's connection with the Z-Way sect had naturally been dug out long ago. If it were in the past, the Z-Way sect would have long turned to ashes. But now, with Yi Yuan, this sword of Damocles, hanging up there, the divine race really did not dare to make a move on the Z-Way sect. Destroying a single Z-Way sect was merely a trivial matter. But once Yi Yuan was P.I.S. set off, the divine race would really find it impossible to defend effectively. Therefore, they could only endure it. Now, the divine race's top priority was to find Yi Yuan, and then eliminate him. This person's existence posed too great a threat to them. How could Mo Qingshan not discern the meaning in Origin Bright's words? He hurriedly apologized. "Palace Lord, please calm your anger. Our Z-Way sect is really not familiar with this person. We also don't know why he ran to my Z-Way sect." Origin Bright had a fake smile as he said, "Is that so? Then this Palace Lord wronged you?" Mo Qingshan was alarmed and hurriedly bowed and said, "Palace Lord, calm your anger." Origin Bright sneered and said, "If that kid doesn't die, how can this Palace Lord's fury be appeased? Your dog head is temporarily left on your neck. After this Palace Lord kills that brat, I'll come and take care of you." Origin Bright did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. To him, a measly little Z-Way sect could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Want to kill you, you did not even have the qualifications to flee. But saying these words out showed his apprehension toward Yi Yuan. If not out of fear toward Yi Yuan, why would he be standing here, talking rubbish with a puny little sect master? This logic Origin Bright understood. Mo Qingshan similarly understood it. He was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Previously, it was widely rumored that Yi Yuan went over to threaten the Sentry Celestial Palace. But that was also mostly rumors. But today, seeing Origin Bright's attitude, he knew that it was definitely true. A fifth firmament, heavenly emperor, actually forced the entire divine race to back down. This kind of strength, he simply did not know what to say. Mo Qingshan did not dare to talk back. He just kept silent. Origin Bright gave a cold snort and said, "You all, bring this lord around to take a look. Wherever he wants to go, you guys will bring him there." "Yes," Mo Qingshan hurriedly answered. He did not know who this person was at all, and also did not know what he came here for. Celestial Master Miluo said coolly, "Bring me to walk around first." Mo Qingshan did not dare to disobey, bringing Celestial Master Miluo to stroll around leisurely. Wherever he wanted to go, Mo Qingshan would bring him there. This Celestial Master Miluo gave him an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was even more terrifying than Origin Bright. Miluo spent close to half a month's time and virtually went around to every corner of the Z-Way sect before leaving. But before leaving, Origin Bright still left a 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouse behind to garrison at Z-Way sect. Saying that it was garrisoning, it was actually surveillance. Along the way, Origin Bright asked, "Celestial Master, were there any discoveries?" Celestial Master Miluo's brows were tightly locked, and he shook his head and said, "Discovered a few subtle auras. It should have been left behind by this boy, but this Celestial Master couldn't divine where he came from. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. But as for his departure aura, It was deliberately concealed. This boy's means are inconceivable. Origin Bright had a look of disbelief and said, "This, even Celestial Master can't divine it either. Could it be that we're going to allow this kid to carry on being free and unfettered? Lord Celestial Master, I say, do you think Mo Qingshan knows where that boy's whereabouts or not?" Celestial Master Miluo was an existence with the highest attainments in the path of divination in the divine race. Even he could not find Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Then wouldn't this boy remain at large? Celestial Master Miluo's expression was somewhat ugly as he shook his head and said, "This boy is very shrewd. It's absolutely impossible to tell Mo Qingshan his whereabouts. He and Mo Qingshan aren't familiar to that degree. Now there's only waiting. He'll inevitably give himself away." After Celestial Master Miluo returned in defeat, another figure quietly sneaked into the Ziwei sect. Mo Qingshan returned to his residence and felt as if he had arrived in a different world, a world that was cut off from the outside world. In the house, a middle-aged man was currently sitting in front of his desk, pouring himself a drink. Came back. The middle-aged seemed to be engaging in small talk. "See, came back. Wonder what this lord is finding this Mo for." Mo Qingshan asked cautiously. He was walking on thin ice every day, currently fearful of offending some great deity. Yi Yuan's matter provoked many legendary characters. He, an ant-like existence, would be gone with a puff from them. He had no choice but to be careful. "Sect Master, Mo, you don't need to be so cautious. That Miluo is seriously too formidable. That's why I had no choice but to come up with this place. You might not have heard of me before. I'm called Jian Rufeng. Others all call me Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This emperor came for that young man. You should know who I'm talking about." The middle-aged man introduced himself. Mo Qingshan's entire body trembled, and he could not refrain from drawing a cold breath as he cried out in surprise. That white-browed old man was Celestial Master Miluo. He had not heard of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's name before, but Celestial Master Miluo's name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Mo Qingshan. This Celestial Master Miluo monitored the world. He could be said to be the divine race's eyes and ears, regarding the myriad races under the heavens. As long as there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, it could not hide from the divine race's eyes and ears. And the one who played a key role in this was this Celestial Master Miluo. One could say that Celestial Master Miluo was the nightmare of all the races in the world, the myriad races not daring to resist the divine race. There was a very important reason involved. It was Celestial Master Miluo. If not for him, maybe the various races would have long revolted like crazy. Mo Qingshan did not expect that this Miluo that made people tremble with fear when they hear actually came to his Ziwei sect just like that. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "Such a major incident occurred. How could it possibly not alarm him? But you rest assured. Even this emperor can't divine that person, so it's impossible for Miluo to divine him too." These words revealed a strong self-confidence, which was also to say that he was confident that he was stronger than Celestial Master Miluo in the path of divination. Mo Qingshan stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape when he heard, "When did such a major power appear in the human race?" "Sect Master, Mo, you don't need to be so surprised. This emperor has already attained Tao for hundreds of millions of years. It's just that you're also aware of the heaven-span world's situation. If I show myself, I'll definitely die very horribly. Therefore, I've always been very low profile. This matter, I hope for Sect Master Mo to keep it secret for me too. After all, you and I are of the same race. If you report me, it's equivalent to severing the future hope of the human race. You should be able to weigh the severity and pros and cons, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. Mo Qingshan's heart turned cold, and he said solemnly, Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if Mo Qingshan dies, I absolutely won't say a word out too. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, I trust Sect Master Mo. These few days, this emperor will be staying in Ziwei Sect. I hope that Sect Master Mo doesn't mind. Chapter 2383, A Historic Meeting. Chapter 2383, A Historic Meeting. This wait was 1,000 years. In a hidden spatial rift, Yi Yuan and Qin Chao were currently cultivating. Senior, you're really too formidable. I never dared to imagine that someone can comprehend these 4 great laws to such a level. But why have I never heard of you before this? The longer he spent time with Yi Yuan, the more incredulous he felt. How could a person be monstrous to such a degree? During these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's S.P. A.C. and time, 2 great laws, could be said to have flourished with each Pa-S Sing Day. His spatial law already reached rank 2 source. Time law already reached 1:302. One had to know these were 2 great supreme laws. Being able to advance by an inch in 10,000 years already had to thank one's lucky stars. But Yi Yuan completely said Qin Chao's imagination. Yi Yuan gave Qin Chao a glance and said smilingly, This matter, saying it is somewhat fantastical. I also don't know if teaching you swordsman's I plus P is right or wrong. But since I came, I have got to do something. Qin Chao was confused and said, What's wrong with teaching me swordsman's? I plus P? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, These things you won't understand. Even I don't understand it myself. In this world, Yi Yuan discovered that his speed of comprehending S.P.A.C. team law was even faster than in the primeval war realm. He felt that this might be due to traversing through S.P.A.C. team. It was just that his sudden appearance broke the balance of the original world in the first place. Then, was there still meaning in him cultivating these things? To teach or not to teach Qin Chao, he had also hesitated before. To kill or not to kill divine race members, he had likewise hesitated before. But later on, he figured things out. Since he came here, even if he did nothing, he had already changed the course of the world. Then, what difference did doing more or doing less make? Right now, under this S.P.A.C. team, the human race had clearly not risen yet. Yi Yuan did not know if this was that era in the last epoch, but since he came, there was no harm in leaving behind Tao teachings to make the human race become a little stronger. Seeing the human race being bullied by people like this, but not doing anything, this was not his Yi Yuan's style. Hence, he went to do it without hesitation. He was very optimistic about Qin Chao, so he was willing to use 1,000 years' time to teach him swordsman's. I plus P. In 1,000 years, Qin Chao already went from Empyrean realm and broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Are you homesick or thinking of somebody? Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chao and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Chao's face turned red, but still nodded his head very shamelessly. These few days, Qin Chao was always somewhat distracted when practicing the sword. So how could Yi Yuan not tell? This kid was thinking of Mo Xiao Chao. All right. After not going out for so long, it's also time to go out and take a look. Yi Yuan got up and said. Qin Chao's expression changed, and he said, Senior, you mustn't. You're currently already a thorn in the divine race's eyes. How can you risk your life? Yi Yuan smiled and said, They aren't qualified enough to capture me yet. Come on. Although the lesser heavenspan mountain did not come with him, Yi Yuan discovered that he could mobilize the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain across time, and SP CSHI plus Elding Heaven's secrets. With the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain, no one could discover it. At Ziwei sect, the Nine Marks' heavenly Tao realm powerhouse had not left yet. Although they knew that there was little hope of finding Yi Yuan, Miluo did not give up. But Yi Yuan quietly entered the Ziwei sect. How could a mere initial stage Nine Marks' heavenly Tao realm discover it? Returning to Ziwei sect, the first thing was not to go and see Mo Xiaoqiao, but to offer greetings to Mo Qingshan. Seeing Qin Chao, Mo Qingshan's heart shook wildly. You broke through to the heavenly emperor realm so fast. Before Qin Chao left, he was merely a third firmament Empyrean. In just a short 1,000 years, he already reached the heavenly emperor realm. How could Mo Qingshan not be surprised? After offering greetings, Qin Chao smiled and said, "Over the past 1,000 years, Senior went to great lengths to refine many miraculous medicinal pills for me. Roughly 100 years ago, I broke through to the heavenly emperor realm." Mo Qingshan opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. He never thought that Yi Yuan was actually an alchemy master. What kind of medicinal pills could push a third firmament Empyrean to become heavenly emperor realm within 1,000 years? If becoming a heavenly emperor was so easy, then what was the point of cultivating bitterly? This young man was really mysterious to the extreme. In reality, spiritual energy was abundant in this era. Many spirit medicines that were not seen in later generations could all be found here. To Yi Yuan, casually refining a few rank 7 medicinal pills was truly too effortless. After about a small talk, Mo Qingshan forcefully pressed down his shocked state of mind and said to Yi Yuan, a major power of our human race has been waiting 1,000 years for you in the Ziwei sect just to meet you. Wonder if you're willing to meet him? Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, "Oh, what's going on? Let's hear it." Mo Qingshan recounted the entire sequence of events, but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression suddenly became very fascinating. It was his first time seeing this young man have fluctuations in emotion. "You said that he's called Profound Secrets." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked. When the two people met, they were very calm on the surface, but it was already squalling heavily in their hearts. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was surprised by was that a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist appeared in Ziwei sect, and he was actually completely clueless. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this Profound Secrets was not the other Profound Secrets. Then this person should be the father of that Profound Secrets of the future generation. He was the powerful existence who sacrificed himself to S.H.I. plus ELD Heaven's secrets. Only all the way until this moment did Yi Yuan suddenly come to realize the truth, which era he arrived at. He actually returned to the era of the future generation Profound Secrets father in an accident arising from many causes. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets in front of him had not died yet. Clearly, the colossal plan of the myriad races had not truly begun yet. Then right now, was it the years before the human race's great prosperity? Am I revisiting history? Or does this period of history really exist? Why do I feel like everything is a dream? What are time and S, P, AC? Just what kind of existence am I? Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets father, Yi Yuan's heart produced even more questions. He traveled through S, P, AC team, but did this period of S, P, AC team really exist? If it did not really exist, history was everything that already happened. But if it really existed, then what was he counted as? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Really miraculous. You're clearly standing in front of me, but why do I feel like you don't exist? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets broke the silence first, exclaiming with a look of surprise. His attainments in the path of divination had long already reached the acme of perfection. Even the divine race's celestial master Miliuo was inferior to him in this path. It could be imagined how formidable his strength was, but a living person was standing in front of him, and yet he gave Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets an extremely unreal feeling. How ludicrous was this sort of feeling? He had imagined many kinds of meetings stances, but never thought that it would be like this. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses from the shock and said with a smile, "Perhaps your feeling is right. I really don't exist. Or should I say that I'm a special existence?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted. He did not expect that what he got was actually such an answer. Chapter 2384, Terrifying Guess. Chapter 2384, Terrifying Guess. A terrific special existence. No wonder this emperor couldn't calculate, no matter how I calculated. Perhaps you're really sent by heaven to save the human race from extreme misery. It's worth it for me to wait 1,000 years here painstakingly. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "The one who saves the human race isn't me, but you, Senior." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, and he said with a frown, "Do you know something?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think I should know what it is. Looks like Senior has already started to move. Then coming to find me this time. Do you want to recruit me?" "How did you know?" This shock of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was by no means insignificant. The existence of deicide was an absolute secret. Even among humans, there were extremely few people who knew about it too. He could confirm that deicide had never come into contact with Yi Yuan before. So how did this kid know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just take it as I guessed it." The matter of him traversing through S.P.A.C. team was seriously too fantastical. Even for Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team Shanghang, it was also impossible to easily travel through time, and S.P.A.C. Therefore, him transmigrating back was absolutely just an accident. Most likely, even Shanghang did not expect it either. But these words became even more mysterious and hard to fathom in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ears. His gaze turned dark, and he said, "All right, since you're not willing to say, then this ancestor won't ask anymore. But I think that our aspiration should be the same, right?" Yi Yuan's actions and behavior, he had taken it into his sights. Seemingly more brave than wise, but in reality, it was very meticulous. More importantly, the influence of Yi Yuan's battle was extremely far-reaching. One could say, things that were not convenient for deicide to do, Yi Yuan did it. Previously, some things launched by deicide became much more convenient. In these 1,000 years, although Jian Rufeng was not active in deicide, he received the news over there one after another. The invisible influence that this battle of Yi Yuan's gave to people was too great. In past understanding, the divine race was invincible, but Yi Yuan's appearance completely broke this curse. He told the world that as long as your law comprehensions were strong enough, you could defeat or even kill divine race powerhouses. And this was also precisely the reason why Yi Yuan did so. The human race was too ignorant. Their understanding had already been deceived by the divine race, and needed someone to come and break this inherent understanding. Since no one would do it, then it was up to him to do it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What Senior has done, Junior admires endlessly." Jian Rufeng said, "What you guessed is basically all correct, but there's something that you go wrong. This ancestor isn't here to solicit you, but to invite you to Deicide to be the chief instructor. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. He thought that Jian Rafeng was going to focus on grooming him. However, Jian Rafeng actually invited him to go back and nurture others. He was truly unable to predict this result. Senior, did you make a mistake? You look, I'm only a 7th firmament, heavenly emperor. Yi Yuan said suspiciously, although 1,000 years had already said. His realm only increased to late-stage world realm, equivalent to 7th firmament, heavenly emperor. This bit of cultivation should be considered much when placed in Deicide. Making him go and teach people, would those Deva realm powerhouses be convinced? But Jian Rafeng said firmly, you don't need to suspect anything. This ancestor hasn't reached a point where I'm muddle-headed with age. Although there are many experts in Deicide in terms of law comprehensions, they are far worse than you. What you're worse than them is just cultivation realm. This isn't impossible to make up for. In the eyes of true geniuses, cultivation realm was never a disparity. True disparity was in terms of loss. The various races were suppressed by the divine race, extremely limited in terms of law comprehensions. The human race looks like they have a huge population, but there aren't many true experts. Those Deva realm powerhouses mostly succeeded in transcending the tribulations by a fluke. In terms of combat power, some Deva realms are not even as good as the divine race's peak 8 marks. Hence, it's not that the various races don't want to revolt, but that they are completely powerful to revolt. Jian Rafeng said with a solemn expression. When Yi Yuan heard, he revealed a thoughtful look. No wonder when he returned to the previous epoch, he discovered that the martial artists here were not as powerful as he had imagined, according to what he had seen and heard in the other time. And SPAC, the ancient times should have been when the human race was the most glorious. This era had countless powerhouses. Each one was a powerhouse who shocked the heavens, especially the 18 grand ancestors. Those were terrifying existences who could contend with the divine race's progenitors. But even a peerless genius like Qin Chao was pitifully weak regardless of whether it was cultivation method or martial technique. This was clearly not too logical. Even when Empyrean vast universe said him the bone sword, he also had a contemptuous look on his face toward the later generation's human geniuses. As for Grand Ancestor SPAC Team Shanghang, that went even more without saying. But when Yi Yuan returned to this era, he discovered that this was not the case at all. This was also to say that the human race had not reached its most glorious time yet. Hang on. Suddenly, Yi Yuan thought of a certain possibility, and his expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. The previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is still alive. The 18 grand ancestors have not appeared yet. The human race hasn't welcomed its most glorious era yet. The human race is weak, yet there are so many geniuses in this era. What they lack isn't geniuses, but inheritances. Spiritual energy is abundant. Geniuses are plentiful like oxen hair. All prerequisites for the human race to be strong are already provided for. One can say that everything was ready except for a crucial element. Currently, the previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets asked him to go back and be the chief instructor. Doesn't that mean that the grand event that Shanghang spoke about had a lot to do with me? Could it be that the incomparably glorious era of the human race later on, it was actually single-handedly created by me? This is also too ridiculous, right? Yi Yuan's mind spun like lightning, a terrifying idea forming in his mind. Although this idea was extremely absurd, the more he analyzed it, the more likely he felt that it was, because in terms of time, this era's heavenly emperor profound secrets, should be sacrificing himself not long after. If not for him, who else did the human race have who could step forward and impart them the true great Tao? Jian Rufeng himself also said those so-called powerhouses were no good at all in terms of law comprehension. Although Yi Yuan's own law comprehensions had not reached the acme of perfection, yet the comprehension of laws varied from person to person in the first place. What he had to do was not to hold their hands and teach one by one, but it was to teach them how to enter the Tao. As long as he brought them along on the journey, they would develop powerful cultivation methods and martial techniques themselves, and walk toward the true summit, just like S.P.A. C-Team Reversal Chaos this move. If Yi Yuan's own S.P.A. C-Team law continued developing, it absolutely would not evolve this move. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was filled with fear. This was too terrifying. Then what exactly was he? Was he a person of this era or someone of that era? His entire person became ruffled in an instant. S.P.A.C. Team, S.P.A.C. Team. What the H-E-L-L are you? What on earth am I? Where the H-E-L-I am I right now? Who in the world am I? Yi Yuan shouted crazily in his heart. He wanted to figure all this out. But no matter how he shouted, it was to no avail too. Chapter 2385, Beneath One Person and Above Millions. Chapter 2385, Beneath One Person and Above Millions. What's wrong with you? Jian Rufeng saw that Yi Yuan's expression was not right, and he asked rather surprisedly. This boy did not feel uncomfortable at all when he saw him. He invited him to be a chief instructor, and he was being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. Until like this, how could he know how great the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was at this time? Was this S.P.A.C. Team disorder or a repeat of history? Did he exist in history, or was this another S.P.A.C. Team, or was this simply a dream? Everything, every single thing, they were unknown. Perhaps G.O.D. knew, but it was impossible for him to tell Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, sucked in a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, Jian Rufeng smiled. The Peerless genius plan had always been in the middle of advancing. It was just that, how much result this plan could achieve. Even he had no idea in his heart. The human race's foundation was too poor. Under such a foundation, how long did it need before they could achieve great development and reach the extent of contending with the divine race? Jian Rufeng's accomplishments in the path of divination were indeed unmatched, but he was just a variant among humans. It was easy to paw S on the flame, but hard to produce something out of nothing. Want to create a powerful cultivation method out of thin air, create a formidable martial technique, let their clansmen comprehend laws. That was something as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan's appearance was like a beacon in the dark night. Jian Rufeng's last trace of doubt was also dispelled. Everything was ready except for a crucial element. Yi Yuan was that crucial element. Ha ha ha. Okay, with you around, this ancestor can rest assured. Jian Rufeng said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and bowed almost to the ground towards Jian Rufeng and said solemnly, "Seeing your profound secrets is righteous, exhausting your mind and body for the human race till your heart ceases to beat. Please accept a bow from Junior." Jian Rufeng's expression changed wildly, and he said in surprise, "What did you guess again?" Yi Yuan said solemnly, "Hundreds of millions of geniuses gathering together, there might be nothing at first, but after their talents are fully developed, how can that kind of a stonies? I plussing aura hide from celestial master Miluo's eyes and ears? and to conceal the heavens' secrets operation of hundreds of millions of geniuses. Even Senior can't easily accomplish it too, right? Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan woodenly, and only came back to his senses after a while, saying, "Being able to encounter little brother is truly the great blessing of myriad races. I still don't know what little brother is called." "Yi Yuan. But Senior, I only hope for you alone to know this name. In front of others, Senior can address me as Ji Qingyun." At the behest of supernatural powers, Yi Yuan made this request. Jian Rufeng was uncertain what it meant, but this request was naturally nothing. He agreed to it readily. There was clearly no footprint of his in the real history. Yi Yuan even felt that he never took part in the Doomsday Battle at all. Otherwise, with his talent, why would he be unknown to the public? Furthermore, how this matter would be, still got to go and do before he would know. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not plan on using his real name. But Yi Yuan this name, Yi Yuan still told Jian Rufeng. This was respect toward him. Just like this, Yi Yuan left with Jian Rufeng. And the ones who left together with him were also Qin Chao and Mo Xiao Chao. They became members of the Peerless Genius Plan, joining Deicide. In Deicide's underground palace, a group of higher-ups was all gathered here. There was a group of Deva Realm powerhouses. Some were staring at Yi Yuan in surprise. Lord Profound secrets left for 1,000 years. It was to wait for this kid. What capability did this kid have to actually be able to make His Excellency put aside Deicide's affairs and wait for 1,000 years? This Jian left for 1,000 years. During this period of time, everyone has worked hard. Jian Rufeng's gaze swept over as he said. The moment everyone heard, they repeatedly said dare not. In Deicide, Jian Rufeng was the absolute authority. He created Deicide single-handedly, recruiting the top major powers and aspiring people of all races under his command. Deicide being able to develop to today's scale, it was virtually all due to Jian Rufeng's work alone. If not for him, S.H.I. plus Elding Heaven's secrets, how could what they do possibly hide from Celestial Master Miluo's eyes and ears? Gentlemen, from today onward, Deicide is established. H.I. plussing the post of Chief Instructor. This position, the status is second only to this Emperor, controlling all parties. He can mobilize all of Deicide's resources and command everyone in Deicide. When necessary, it includes this Emperor. Jian Rufeng's expression was piercing, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he said those words slowly. The moment these words came out, everyone's breathing became ragged. They did not know why the moment Lord Profound Secrets returned, he would suddenly set up such a position. But they naturally hoped very much that this position would fall on them. As for Yi Yuan, they never thought about it. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He was still a junior. Jian Rufeng, thinking highly of him, was just thinking highly of his future. That was all. Chief Instructor, this position could be said to be beneath one person and above millions. It would not be handed to such a brat no matter what. A Deicide's higher-up said, Lord Profound Secrets, Lord Witchcloud toiled hard and rendered great merits. He deserves this position. We'll definitely support your decision. Someone concurred and said, that's right, this position. Apart from Lord Witchcloud, there's no one more suitable. Although everyone hoped to be this Chief Instructor, they were all clear that no one was more suitable for this position than Witchcloud. Witchcloud did not speak. He just looked at Jian Rufeng with piercing eyes. He knew that this position was definitely his. Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said, all of our Deicide's aims are for the sake of the rise of the myriad races. We don't need things like being promoted in order of seniority if the myriad races don't become powerful. So what even if this emperor gives this position to him? We're still just a bunch of pigs and sheep being reared without any dignity. The chief instructor that I'm talking about isn't Witch Cloud, but as he said, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yuan and slowly said, "Him." Buzz. The entire main hall exploded at once. What? Letting a brat who's still wet behind his ears to be the chief instructor, keeping all parties in check? What kind of joke is this? This brat is just a seventh firmament heavenly emperor. What capability does he have to take on chief instructor this position? Lord Profound Secrets, are you joking with us? This result was seriously beyond their expectations. Making a heavenly emperor Realm Jr. be the chief instructor, what qualifications did he have? This position, even if they took turns one by one, it would also not be Yi Yuan's turn. Which of them did not do their best in a conscientious manner for deicide, going through fire and water? But now, a brat who popped out from G. Oh, D knows where. He rode on top of their heads all of a sudden. How could they be convinced? Even Witch Cloud also looked toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets in shock, as if it was his first time knowing him. At this moment, a sour feeling surfaced in his heart, unable to dispel. Between him and Profound Secrets could be said to be a life and death friends. H.I. plus P. But today, he had a feeling of being abandoned. Chapter 2386, Spar. Chapter 2386. Spar the Alchemy Hall was a very important hall of deicide. This hall shouldered the responsibility of all of deicide's medicinal pill refinement, and the one who directly controlled this hall was precisely Witch Cloud. Witch Cloud was the strongest alchemist in deicide. His alchemy strength virtually reached the level of rule. But today, the atmosphere in the alchemy hall was rather odd. Many powerful alchemists were swarming around Witch Cloud. Each and every one of them was extremely indignant. "Your Excellency, that brat is clearly bullying you. The first day that he took office, he's coming to the hall that you're in charge of. Isn't this an opening gambit? I really don't know what's with Lord Profound Secrets, making a brat like this be the chief instructor, and even climb onto the top of Your Excellency's head. Your Excellency, you wait. We'll definitely take him down a notch today, just based on the likes of him, a measly little Heavenly Emperor realm kid. He also wants to meddle in the Alchemy Hall?" It turned out that after Yi Yuan took office, the first hall that he went to was the Alchemy Hall. And the one in charge of this hall also happened to be Witch Cloud. In everyone's view, this naturally became Yi Yuan provoke Witch Cloud. This was deliberately suppressing him. At this time, there were already many people waiting to watch a good show. They all knew about Yi Yuan's combat power, but they had never heard before that Yi Yuan also knew alchemy. Even if they had heard it before, they would not take it seriously either. A Heavenly Emperor realm brat coming to provoke the Alchemy Hall. This was looking for a rebuff. To talk about this Alchemy Hall's powerhouses, there was a very large portion who were groomed by Witch Cloud. Deicide's Alchemy Hall could be said to be the strongest of the entire Heavenspan world's myriad races. Not one of them. These people were all loyal to him. Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to come now. Each and every one of them was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, mustering everything up to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Witch Cloud's brows furrowed, and he said, "You all don't mess around." This chief instructor was decided by Brother Profound Secrets, overriding all objections. This boy must have exceptional aspects. After he comes, take a look at what capabilities he has first before talking. Of course, if he's just holding a position without qualifications, I'll never allow him to meddle in the Alchemy Hall. After everyone heard, they could only nod their heads, but their expressions were all indifferent. Entering the Alchemy Hall, Yi Yuan sensed this weird atmosphere. It seemed like everyone's gazes that looked at him were extremely hostile, but he did not care. Along the way, he had seen too many of such gazes. He naturally did not come to the alchemy hall to make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge, and it was also not in order to teach anyone a lesson. In his understanding, the divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy path. This was also to say that the previous epic's human race's alchemy path was unprecedentedly developed. With so many top masters in the last epic, the alchemy path must have contributed tremendous power. The alchemy hall, it could be said to be the factory for creating experts. Hence, Yi Yuan chose the alchemy hall as his first stop, slowly walking in front of Witch Cloud. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and went straight to the point. Senior Witch Cloud, I came today to witness the alchemy hall's strength. Witch Cloud's heart naturally would not be as calm as he was showing, no matter how he hinted at it implicitly, saying that profound secret's foresight definitely would not be wrong. He was not a jealous person. Otherwise, he would also not have been so trusted by profound secrets. But having a heavenly emperor realm brat right on top of his head, he felt somewhat strange no matter what. Everyone's here. How does young friend Ji plan to witness it? Witch Cloud said indifferently. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's naturally pill refinement. Before Witch Cloud spoke, an elder sneered and said, refining pills? Lord Chief Instructor, do you know how to refine pills? Yeah, want to find fault. It's also not the turn of you, this little babe, to come and point fingers. Want to check our strength. Shouldn't you yourself show a bit of strength first? If you don't have the strength, scram as soon as possible. Lord Witch Cloud manages the alchemy hall in good order. This place doesn't need Lord Chief Instructor to worry about. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it immediately incurred ridicule. In their view, Yi Yuan might know alchemy, but it was definitely SOSO. A dabbler wanted to show off in the presence of them. These masters? No way. Witch Cloud wanted to open his mouth to stop everyone, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. These old things naturally would not be so lacking in shrewdness. They did it on purpose, attempting to provoke Yi Yuan. The chief instructor completely fell out with the alchemy hall as soon as he came, see if he still had to face to come or not. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was only to see him smile, faintly. He said, refining pills, huh? I still have a little understanding. Since everyone wants to witness my strength, then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously. The eyes of the bunch of old fogies lit up. This kid was here to look for abuse. An elder immediately stepped forward and said, I'll compete in alchemy with you. If you were to lose, you're not allowed to come to the alchemy hall in the future. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, this senior, I have no plans on competing with you. The moment that elder heard, he smiled coldly and said, what, not competing with me? Do you still want to find a 7-star disciple to compete with? It's also not out of the question. The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. In their view, Yi Yuan could only compete in alchemy with the 7-star and 8-star disciples. It was completely not on the same level as them. But Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Witch Cloud and said, Senior Witch Cloud, I heard Senior Profound Secrets say that your Deicide's alchemy path #1 person, your alchemy strength Astonies. I plus Ingly strong. Why don't you and I spar, let everyone broaden their horizons as well? Everyone's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. Even Witch Cloud himself also had a stunned look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge him. Although he said it tactfully, this was undoubtedly a challenge. Did I hear wrongly? He's going to challenge Lord Witch Cloud? This kid wouldn't have lost his mind, right? I still thought that Lord Profound Secrets found some remarkable fellow messing around for so long. It turns out that he's a fool. After being stupefied, there was even more unbridled taunting regarding Yi Yuan's behavior and overestimated his own ability. They all turned their noses up in disdain, being filled with contempt. After which Cloud was stunned for a moment, he also smiled brightly and said, "All right, this old man also wants to witness Chief Instructor's strength." Hence, amidst the waves of ridiculing, Yi Yuan and Witch Cloud started the alchemy battle. Looking at the spirit medicines prepared in front of him, Yi Yuan had an envious look on his face. The grades of these spirit medicines were not high, but they had already gone completely extinct in the later generations. Yi Yuan had never heard of them before. The human race's alchemy path failing to be revitalized, it likely had a lot to do with this as well. "Young friend Ji, you can start then," Witch Cloud said. Yi Yuan nodded his head, snapping his fingers. The Tai Chi diagram suddenly bloomed. A mysterious alchemy Tao source power suddenly descended. After the battle with Medicine Ancestor, Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao source already broke through to rank 3. Furthermore, he glimpsed the power of rule in that battle. He already integrated a tiny trace of the power of rule in his alchemy Tao. The moment he made his move, all of them, their expressions changed. Chapter 2387, Giving Ground. Chapter 2387, Giving Ground. Rank 3 source. Too inconceivable. A heavenly emperor actually comprehended rank 3 alchemy Tao source. Is this understanding a little? This kid can really pretend. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge Lord Witchcloud. However, Lord Witchcloud has comprehended rank 4 source. This kid will still lose. Feeling this surging power of source, everyone was extremely shocked. Only then did they understand what kind of concept was the slight understanding that Yi Yuan talked about. If rank 3 source was a slight understanding too, then wouldn't they become alchemy idiots? However, they were still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to be equally famous as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, which Cloud was naturally not someone easy to deal with. But he was currently also incredibly shocked. Just now, he actually harbored the intention of teaching Yi Yuan a lesson too, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. But who knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao realm was actually so high, which Cloud thought in his heart, "This boy's martial Tao talent is extremely terrifying. Why is his alchemy path attainments even above that of his martial path? Is there really such a monstrous person in the world? No wonder Profound Secrets chose him. Given time, this boy will surely make great accomplishments. It's just him being the chief instructor. Is he qualified enough?" In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already sketched out the embryonic form of a quasi-Tao pill. When Witch Cloud saw this medicinal pill's embryonic form, he was even more inexplicably shocked in his heart. This embryonic form could simply be rated as perfect. Witch Cloud was an expert on alchemy Tao, so how could he not tell? Even he could not perform better than Yi Yuan too. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Witch Cloud made his move. The moment he took over, his heart trembled fiercely. He discovered that the structure of Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was too exquisite. It was exquisite until he was actually somewhat in a difficult situation. A single carelessness, and it would ruin the embryonic form of this medicinal pill. That way, he would be defeated. The dignified alchemy path's #1 person actually lost to a Heavenly Emperor realm alchemist. How would he still stay on in the alchemy hall in the future? Originally, he had the mentality of playing along with Yi Yuan, but now he had no choice but to perk his spirit up 120% and bring forth all of his strength. How can this boy's alchemy Tao be so terrifying? I'm facing his rank 3 source with rank 4 source, and I actually have a feeling of my ability falling short of my wishes. What is missing in this? Witch Cloud felt like something was blocked in his mind. In the myriad races, Witch Cloud, only admired one person. That person was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This was because other people were not worthy of entering his sights at all. But after witnessing Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao, his appraisal of Yi Yuan immediately reached the level of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Because he was inferior to Yi Yuan in terms of alchemy, if his and Yi Yuan's realm comprehensions were the same, he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. The two people went back and forth, bedazzling everyone who was present. This level of fight, it was still their first time seeing it. In the alchemy hall, there was no one who could debate on the Tao with Witch Cloud at all. He was an existence towering above everyone, father-level figure. His status was paramount. But today, when an opponent who was on par with him appeared, everyone truly realized how terrifying Witch Cloud's alchemy strength was. If so, then how strong was the Yi Yuan who was fighting Witch Cloud until they were evenly matched? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Especially the elder who wanted to compete with Yi Yuan in alchemy previously. His face was currently completely red with embara. Meant his strength was not weak, but facing off against Yi Yuan, he probably could not even fight back. An elder's expression was ugly as he said, "Could it be that it's my misconception? Why do I feel that Lord Witch Cloud seems to be lacking in strength?" Witch Cloud was D-like existence in their hearts. But before their eyes, this D-like existence really seemed to be straining very hard. Another elder similarly had an ugly expression as he said, "That's impossible. It must be your misconception. How can Lord Witch Cloud possibly lose to this kid?" All of a sudden, Witch Cloud felt the pressure ease up slightly. Halfway through the pill refinement, he suddenly felt like Yi Yuan's technique was not that perfect anymore. It suddenly became much easier for him to handle it. Witch Cloud was delighted, thinking to himself that this boy was lacking in stamina. After all, refining a pseudo-Dao pill was something that exhausted mental strength immensely. For someone who is at the Heavenly Emperor realm, it was still a little forceful. This way, Yi Yuan might be even more exhausted in the latter half. If so, then he still had a chance to win. However, things did not go as he expected. Along with the Sing of Time, Yi Yuan was level-headed like a giant mountain. No matter how brilliant the design, Yi Yuan could resolve it easily. Witch Cloud became more and more alarmed. He gradually understood that it was not that Yi Yuan was lacking in stamina, but that he was giving ground to him. Yi Yuan was giving him face. This kind of minute changes, not being in the process of the pill refinement. How could one tell? In the view of the others, the two of them were fighting until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. But in reality, he was still a notch worse than Yi Yuan. With great Tao law descending, a pseudo-Tao pill suspended quietly in the air, the entire place was deathly silent. The impact that this battle brought to them was too intense. There was actually someone who could be evenly matched in skill and strength as Lord Witch Cloud. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said to Witch Cloud with clasped hands, "Senior Witch Cloud is indeed well deserving of being the alchemy path's #1 person. This level of strength makes Junior admire." Yi Yuan did not have malice toward Witch Cloud. He heard Profound Secrets mentioned it before. Witch Cloud made tremendous contributions to Deicide. He was the hero of the myriad races. After Yi Yuan came to the alchemy hall, he discovered that everyone's respect for Witch Cloud was not fake. Being able to bring the alchemy hall together into a monolithic block, this in itself showed a lot of things. Of course, Yi Yuan had his principles too. He was extremely strict toward alchemy. He competed in alchemy not to beat his opponent, but in order to refine an unusual medicinal pill. Although he could defeat Witch Cloud, The medicinal pill would not be able to reach consummation. 2 people refining pills, the most important thing was harmony. This was like inside a wooden barrel. There was a high and a low, 2 wooden boards. Then it was definitely impossible for the water level of this wooden barrel to be higher than the lower wooden board. Therefore, Yi Yuan put up with the second best option, lowering his strength to cooperate with Witch Cloud. This way, he would be able to refine a medicinal pill that was as perfect as possible. At the same time, this could give Witch Cloud face and also form the pill. He did not see any reason why not. Furthermore, he also measured it. Witch Cloud's strength was even slightly inferior to Medicine Ancestor. With Yi Yuan's strength, wanting to defeat him was not hard. But the strength of the present human race's alchemy path made him quite disappointed too. Witch Cloud's expression flickered a little indeterminately, and he forced a smile and said, "Honestly speaking, when Brother Profound Secrets made you the chief instructor, I was still somewhat unconvinced previously. But having witnessed young friend G's strength, this old man is wholeheartedly convinced. Just based on this transcendent alchemy technique, you can live up to this position of chief instructor." Yi Yuan's giving ground protected his authority. If he still paid it no heed, that would be somewhat failing to appreciate favors. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Witch Cloud is too kind. I was somewhat displaying my slight skill before an expert." As he spoke, he said to the elders, "How is it? Am I qualified to inspect everyone's strength now?" Chapter 2388, Shallow Foundation. Chapter 2388, Shallow Foundation. Oh, of course. The faces of several elders were rather awkward, but at this time they had nothing to say. This young man's strength was actually evenly matched with Lord Witch Cloud. He naturally had the qualification to witness their strength. "Yang Xiong, you first. Show your strength and let Chief Instructor take a look," Witch Cloud said to an elder. Although he lost to Yi Yuan by a notch in the alchemy battle, he had the intention of showing off in front of Yi Yuan, and he also wanted to win back one round. These alchemists in the alchemy hall, he expended tremendous effort to train them. He was still rather pleased with himself on this point. "No need. Everyone do it together," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Together? This is also too sloppy, right?" Yang Xiong said doubtfully. This new chief instructor always did things unexpectedly. There were no less than 1,000 alchemists present. They were all the alchemy hall's elites. Refining pills together, what could he discern? Witch Cloud was also very puzzled, but he still said, "Just do as young friend G says." Hence, 1,000 people refined pills at the same time. The scene was a grand sight. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, soul force spreading out, covering all those present inside. Witch Cloud's heart shook slightly. This guy wanted to observe so many people's pill refinement through soul force. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Observing one person refining pills was nothing, but such a complicated thing, like pill refinement, wanting to remember every detail of 1,000 people. This was virtually something impossible. Witch Cloud was not saying that Yi Yuan's soul force was insufficient, but this act needed one's control of soul force to reach a hair-raising level. Even Witch Cloud could not possibly fully understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Was Yi Yuan deliberately flaunting his skill or puffing himself up at his own cost? Or did he focus his attention on a few people and would comment on them when the time comes? Witch Cloud could not tell. He was waiting to see. A few days later, everyone finished the pill refinement. In fact, there were some people who had already completed their refinement early. Seeing Yi Yuan observing with soul force, they all had scornful looks on their faces. This new chief instructor was indeed here to posture. This kind of low-grade performance, did he really take them to be fools? It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but these people were still very unhappy with him in their hearts. After all, He wrote on top of Lord Witchcloud's head, "Young friend G, can this alchemy hall of mine still enter your arcane sights?" Witchcloud saw Yi Yuan withdraw his soul force and said with a slight smile. He was still very confident regarding the alchemy hall's strength. Teaching disciples everything would make the master starve to death. Many people would hold something back when they taught disciples, but Witchcloud taught these people without holding anything back. In the alchemy hall, there were several who reached rank 3 source. Therefore, he was very confident in his alchemy hall. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Senior Witchcloud, do you want me to tell you the truth?" Witchcloud's expression choked up. Hearing this meaning, it was SOSO. One had to know the alchemy hall was already the human race's alchemy path's strongest place. Was this fellow still not satisfied? Could it be that he was really here to challenge them on purpose? Witchcloud's expression finally turned sullen. "If there's any problem, young friend G, feel free to say. Correct mistakes, if any, and guard against them if none has been committed." Witchcloud's tone finally became somewhat unhappy. Yi Yuan discerned the displeasure, but he still said, "To talk about strength, the alchemy hall is indeed very powerful. It's just that, want to reach the degree where it makes the divine race wary. It's still far from enough." Looks like Lord Chief Instructor is looking down us people here. Lord Chief Instructor really doesn't feel backache when standing up and talking without any responsibility. Alchemy Tao is the process of ACCU, mulating day in and day out. So how can wanting to improve it be so easy? Rules are intangible existences. Which one of us doesn't want to reach the level of rules? But under the divine race's rule, even getting a bit of spirit medicines makes one live in constant fear. How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a strong backlash. This alchemy hall was Lord Witchcloud's painstaking effort. Each of them also made great efforts for the sake of resisting the divine race. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it was like these efforts were not worth mentioning anymore. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, "How strong the divine race is. I think that everyone is clearer than me. The alchemy hall is strong. But among the divine race, there are also alchemy path powerhouses who aren't inferior to us. We have to defeat the divine race. Do you all feel that with your level? It's enough?" The alchemy hall's strength was indeed stronger than the alchemy path of later generations. It was just that it was still not strong enough. This level was definitely not up to the level that made the divine race apprehensive. Who doesn't know how to brag? Didn't Lord Chief Instructor observe us refining pills? Then about the problems we have. Lord Chief Instructor, please point them out. If Lord Chief Instructor can help us improve our strength, we're naturally willing to, Yang Xiong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Okay, then I'll say them one by one." As he said, he came before Yang Xiong and held his palm out. That quasi-Dao pill suspended in the palm of his hand. "Senior Yang Xiong's strength is formidable, but your foundation is too shallow," Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Xiong heard, his lungs also exploded in anger. He was already rank 3 source. Yi Yuan actually said that his foundation was shallow. These words were really humiliating. Oh, why don't Lord Chief Instructor talk about how this old man's foundation is shallow? Yang Xiong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan ignored his anger and continued saying, "When senior refined until the 2/3 mark, do you have a feeling of the spirit being willing, but the flesh is weak? The first half process of this medicinal pill can be rated as perfect, but later on, as the fusion of laws became more and more complex, the problem of your shallow foundation got exposed. Also, senior's control over heat is similarly like so." Yi Yuan talked on and on in a flow of eloquence, pointing out Yang Xiong's problems one by one. Yang Xiong originally still had a disdainful look, But later on, the shock in his heart was already showing on his face. The problems that Yi Yuan pointed out did not have the slightest error. In the view of those people whose strength was lacking, his pill refinement had naturally reached the acme of perfection. But in the eyes of true experts, his pill refinement could be said to be full of flaws, especially in the latter half of the process. Even the expression on Witch Cloud's face became more and more serious. He naturally knew about Yang Xiong's problems, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan observed so many people at the same time and could actually still see it so meticulously. With these many people, even he did not know, but Yi Yuan saw it. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. "Senior, are there any mistakes with what I said?" Yi Yuan said. Yang Xiong opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but could not speak. Witch Cloud sucked in a deep breath and said, "What young friend Ji said isn't wrong at all. It's just that attributing these flaws to a shallow foundation is likely not appropriate, right? Yang Xiong is also a patriarch-level powerhouse already. So, how can he have this kind of problem?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, don't be anxious. The alchemy hall's people basically all have problems with unstable foundations. After I point out all of their problems, I'll talk about them together." Chapter 2389, Imparting Tao. Chapter 2389. Imparting Tao, Witch Cloud's expression became uglier and uglier. These words were equivalent to face-slapping him. The alchemy hall was single-handedly established by him. These people were also taught by him single-handedly. In the end, they were actually issued with an unstable foundation comment by Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not care about their emotions and continued making his comments. First was the rank 3 source powerhouses. Then it was the rank 2 source, so on and so forth. 1,000 people, just the reviewing took a lot of time. But the more everyone listened, the more shocked they got. Regardless of whether it was source-level powerhouses or ordinary 7-star and 8-star alchemy G. O, DS, Yi Yuan covered all details no matter how trivial, picking out all of the problems on them. Bit by bit, Yi Yuan said it very seriously. At first, everyone was still indifferent. But later on, when it was Yi Yuan's turn to review them, they immediately perked their spirits up 120%, fearful of missing any trace of detail. Of course, the problems that existed for each person were different. Some were major, some were minor. But no matter who it was, it could not escape the unstable foundation these words. This was the thing that Yi Yuan attached the most importance to. No matter how he emphasized, it was not overboard. Several days later, when Yi Yuan reviewed the last person, the whole audience was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly, as if looking at a monster. They were previously still questioning that Yi Yuan was just deliberately observing a few people. No one thought that he actually really saw each person's shortcomings. What was more frightening was that the flaws on each person, he saw it as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, not missing any trace of detail. Even it was the slightest minute difference when controlling fire, he could see it clearly. This kind of means was truly fantastical. You, Witch Cloud opened his mouth and looked at Yi Yuan woodenly, not knowing what he should say. But he finally understood why Yi Yuan could crush him in alchemy Tao. This kind of horrifying to the extreme soul force control, even if he cultivated for another 100 million years, it was impossible to reach it too. From small to large was easy. From huge to meticulous was difficult. The control of soul force, the more meticulous, the harder it was to achieve it. Being able to have a panoramic view of the pill refinement of more than 1,000 people present with Heavenly Emperor realm soul force. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Senior Witch Cloud, I know that you might be somewhat unhappy with me saying that their foundation is unstable. But I didn't have the intention of targeting you when I said these. You exhausted your mind and body for the myriad races. Junior admires endlessly. It's just that we need to be stronger. Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said sincerely. Witch Cloud forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said with a nod, "You explained the reason why this old man naturally won't blame you. This old man still has this bit of breadth of mind." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I believe that everyone present should all know Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand, right?" Someone immediately said, unhappily, "Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand is a rank 1 refinement technique. Who doesn't know? Lord Chief Instructor, you're completely looking down on us." Since arriving at this era, Yi Yuan naturally researched the alchemy techniques of this era too. This Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was the basic refinement technique in ancient times. Although the two eras' refinement techniques had differences in method, the principle was the same. With Yi Yuan's horizons, cultivating a foundation refinement technique was naturally effortless. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Okay, then you demonstrate it for me to see." The one talking was an 8-star alchemy G. O. D, also a major power of a region. Hearing Yi Yuan call his name, he laughed coldly and stepped out of the ranks to demonstrate the Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand once. An 8-star alchemy G. O. D demonstrating a rank 1 refinement technique. It was naturally extraordinary. All around, there were cheering voices. After he finished demonstrating, he said to Yi Yuan as if putting on a show of force, "Lord Chief Instructor, can it still enter your arcane sights?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Not bad, indeed have some skill." He still smiled coldly and said, "Your Excellency's saying this, you're naturally stronger than me. I want to see what kind of trick your Excellency can pull out of the hat with a measly little Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, curling his fingertips, countless fine threads with substance shockingly formed. This was precisely Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. The 8-star alchemy G. O. D said disdainfully, "Your Excellency's Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand is stronger than mine. But what's the use of this? What has it got to do with unstable foundation?" Yi Yuan ignored him. His technique suddenly changed. Everyone's faces suddenly changed wildly. Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was still Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. But the feeling that it gave everyone was already totally different. This technique suddenly became ever-changing in Yi Yuan's hand, bedazzling like great Tao descending. Those who did not know would think that he was demonstrating a technique of Tao pill. But everyone present was very clear. This was Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. The shock before their eyes was seriously too intense. Witch Cloud's 2 eyes became even rounder, the glimmer in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He was standing at the summit of alchemy, Tao to begin with. What he witnessed was naturally not what bystanders could compare to. Yi Yuan's Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was already close to Tao, cultivating a rank 1 refinement technique to the level of Tao. Witch Cloud's breathing suddenly became ragged. He finally understood what the unstable foundation Yi Yuan was talking about was referring to. He also finally understood why he lost to the Yi Yuan, who was only rank 3 source. The disparity between him and Yi Yuan was not a tiny bit. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his hand gestures. A myriad of brilliance suddenly converged. The entire audience fell into death-like silence once more. The 8-star alchemy G. O. D opened his mouth wide, wanting to speak, but he did not speak in the end. Yi Yuan really performed magic with the Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. "Saw clearly, Senior?" Yi Yuan looked at the Witch Cloud with a shocked face, as he said with a smile. Witch Cloud suddenly startled. only then coming back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, "Understood. You're giving face to this old man. It's not that some of their foundations are unstable, but that all of our foundations are unstable. If one can casually refine a technique to the level of Tao, why would they worry about not reaching the level of rule?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Senior is an understanding person. Looks like there's no need for me to explain anymore. From tomorrow onward, I'll spread Tao in the Alchemy Hall for a year. Senior, call some more people over. I hope that the future Alchemy Hall will have someone who can reach the level of a true Tao pill in the future." Which Cloud had a solemn look and slowly nodded his head. Hence, Yi Yuan started spreading his Tao in another SPAC team once more. Which Cloud, this Alchemy Path's #1 person, also sat below respectfully, listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on Tao. The more he listened, the more shocked he got. Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up another window for him. He finally understood why he kept failing to reach rank 5. Foundation. This extremely ridiculous thing, in his view, was actually the biggest obstacle to restricting his progress. In terms of talent, these alchemy path powerhouses in front of him were indeed stronger than later generations. Yi Yuan knew that as long as a clear path was pointed out to them, they would definitely reach the other side. He did not know how many Tao pill powerhouses appeared later, but Yi Yuan was certain that there should have been more than one. Otherwise, it was impossible for Origin Guard to have been so afraid. Chapter 2390, Heavenly Hidden World. Chapter 2390, Heavenly Hidden World. When the word stopped, everyone was shocked. This 1 year of preaching was undoubtedly a gluttonous feast to the people of the Alchemy Hall. Everyone was immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were still dissatisfied. Witch Cloud's reaction at this time was virtually the same as Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's reaction back then. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan already became different. Previously, they were still worried that Yi Yuan was here to steal the limelight, but at this time, they felt that there was already no need. This person did not need to SNATCH the limelight at all. This was a complete cultivation system. This was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Listening entirely to Yi Yuan preaching on the Tao until the end, they also finally understood what he meant by having an unstable foundation. Listening to Master Ji talk, Witch Cloud feels enlightened all at once. Master Ji is high above. Please accept a bow from Witch Cloud. As he said, Witch Cloud bowed deeply toward Yi Yuan. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This Lord Witch Cloud is actually treating Chief Instructor with the etiquette of a disciple. Master Ji can afford it. Just this preaching, Lord Witch Cloud's tea. Tea of #1 person in the world is about to change hands. Master Ji wasn't the slightest bit stingy, demonstrating great Tao to us. He can bear this solemn bow. Let's bow too. After the shock, everyone woke up. Rank 3 source powerhouses took the lead to bow first. The rest also bowed down one after another. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Witch Cloud up and said, "Senior Witch Cloud is killing me. Senior exhausted your mind and body for the human race. I can't accept this bow." Witch Cloud said firmly, "Just based on this Tao preaching, you can bear it. Master Ji, you don't have to refuse. In the future, this old man will address you as Master Ji." Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, "Fine then, that's also up to you. I'll leave behind inheritances in the alchemy hall. What you don't understand, everyone can come and ask me. But this alchemy hall still needs Senior Witch Cloud to give a lot of care." Witch Cloud hurriedly said, "This is within this old man's duty to begin with. Where's the talk of giving a lot of care? There's actually such a thing. This kid actually has such high attainments in alchemy Tao. Hearing that Witch Cloud actually addressed him as Master Ji, Jian Rufeng was shocked until he was dumbstruck with amazement. Before this, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything to him. When Yi Yuan went to the alchemy hall, he also found it quite strange at that time. His thinking was the same as the rest, also thinking that Yi Yuan went to suppress Witch Cloud and establish his prestige. Regarding this action of Yi Yuan, he did not say anything, but he felt somewhat disdainful in his heart. This kind of action was still a little too childish. He even doubted a little whether he made a wrong decision or not, and used the wrong person. But hearing Witch Cloud's words at this time was no less than a clap of thunder exploding. He and Witch Cloud were life and death buddies, so he naturally knew his alchemy path strength, and also knew how highly he regarded himself in alchemy. But he actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple toward Yi Yuan. He originally invited Yi Yuan back, hoping that Yi Yuan would leave behind the legacies of the few great laws. But who knew that there was actually still such an unexpected harvest? Witch Cloud nodded and said, I can't use having high attainments to describe any more already. If anyone in this world can reach the realm of rules, it's undoubtedly him for sure. This old man is inferior to him. Far, far inferior. Jian Rufeng was shocked for a while before he slowly said, Looks like really picked up a treasure. With him, our plan can be started in advance. Witch Cloud's face changed, and he said with a frown, So fast? You, Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said smilingly, Old friend, why is there a need to be like this? There will come this day. You don't need to be sad. Moreover, I also won't die right away after entering the heavenly hidden world. The growth of geniuses requires the ACCU, mulation of time, and time waits for no man. Furthermore, the burden on you, old friend, is even heavier than mine. Dead. Death squares all accounts. I won't know anything anymore after dying, but the ones who are alive will carry heavier burdens. Hence, an extremely huge project was carried out in secret just like that. This project looked simple, but was actually complicated to the extreme. One had to know the century celestial palaces monitored the world. They knew about the various sects' affairs like the back of their hand. Wanting to move these geniuses into the heavenly hidden world, it needed to hide from their eyes and ears and could not reveal any clues or inkling. Once their suspicions were aroused, it would all fail just one step short of success. Fortunately, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had long already made perfect preparations. Implementing them now, things were done systematically. In the entire Heavenspan world, the myriad races' geniuses were moved into the heavenly hidden world batch after batch. This was a colossal project. It was naturally impossible to be accomplished overnight. This process would likely last for 1,000 years. Yi Yuan was the first batch to enter the heavenly hidden world. He did not enter with the ident. One tie of a genius, but entered with the ident. One tie of a chief instructor. Of course, there was also the first batch of geniuses who entered together with him. They were all selected by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Each person's potential was tremendous. They were the unpredictable children. However, the first batch of unpredictable children who entered were not many. There were just 100,000 people or so. The geniuses subsequently were still entering one after another. Of course, Jian Rufeng, Witch Cloud, and the rest, they all established a complete advancement system. These geniuses would undergo the cruelest compet, one tie-in. On this day, several young people gathered together, seemingly discussing something. A young man wearing a silk headdress on his head said, "Did you guys hear? our chief instructor is actually just a seventh firmament heavenly emperor. Another genius could not help laughing as he said, Shanghang, what nonsense are you talking about? How can a seventh firmament heavenly emperor possibly be our chief instructor? His strength is likely not even our match. This young man who was wearing a silk headdress on his head was precisely the grand ancestor, S.P. a sea team whose fame shook the world later on, Shanghang. Shanghang shook his head and said, I'm not talking nonsense. You guys know that Qin Chao, right? Another person said disdainfully, Of course we know. It's said that he has connections. He's that chief instructor's personal disciple, and he has already been designated as a core legacy disciple. Shanghang nodded and said, The news came from him. It won't be wrong. No way, right? Seventh firmament, heavenly emperor. This is also too much of a joke. We entered the heavenly hidden world for the human race's future. But those lords upstairs actually used a seventh firmament, heavenly emperor to hoodwink us. This is truly preposterous. The moment another genius heard, he immediately exploded. Yeah, it's been 2 years. That guy never even showed his face. It's really outrageous. What are the heads of those people upstairs used for? Can't they see it? Shanghang smiled coldly and said, Ever since this chief instructor entered the heavenly hidden world, he has been in close seclusion in Inquire Heavenly Palace. No idea what he's trying to do either. He doesn't take us to heart at all. The few of you dare to rush into the Inquire Heavenly Palace with me or not. The moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed drastically. Entering the Inquire Heavenly Palace was a major crime. The few of them could not resist backing out. Shanghang sneered and said, What? Like this? And you're scared? Facing the divine race in the future will be 10,000 times more dangerous than this. You guys don't even have this bit of courage. And yet you all are talking about killing divine race for what? Chapter 2391, Inheritance Grand Array. Chapter 2391, Inheritance Grand Array. Lord Wenshui, we've already come to the heavenly hidden world for 5 years and haven't even met the chief instructor. This cannot be justified no matter what, right? Shanghang said with a forthright look. In front of him was an old man with a long beard. Honestly speaking, he was also very puzzled by Yi Yuan confining himself inside. This chief instructor that Lord Profound Secrets sent for wouldn't be making use of Deicide's resources to only care about his own cultivation, right? His Excellency is currently in closed seclusion, so it's not convenient for me to disturb too. Heavenly Emperor Wenshui was sent to serve as Yi Yuan's follower by the higher-ups. Although he was a Deva powerhouse, he was still a head lower in front of Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. After all, Yi Yuan was beneath one person and above millions. Shanghang sneered coldly when he heard that and said, This chief instructor is really taking it easy, making use of Deicide's cultivation resources every day, and in the end, he doesn't care about anything. Lord Wenshui, if he doesn't come out today, we won't leave, whatever for the sake of overthrowing the divine race's rule. F-U-C-K that bulls. H-I+T, we're not entertaining anymore. The current Shanghang was simply a hothead, being far less level-headed and imposing compared to his future character. Wenshui also leaned toward their opinion in his heart. He also felt that Yi Yuan was going somewhat overboard, but Yi Yuan gave the orders. No one was allowed to disturb him. So Wenshui was really in a dilemma. Wenshui let out a sigh and said, Sigh, honestly speaking, I also don't know why upstairs let him be the chief instructor. But since it's an order, this emperor must carry it out. You all are not to cause a racket. Lord Chief Instructor, Shanghang's eyes suddenly lit up. looking in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. When Shui was stunned and could not help turning his head. A hint of cunningness flashed across in Shang Hang's eyes, his body already floating toward Inquire Heavenly Palace. When Shui was alarmed and said, "Fine lad, want to rush over from under this emperor's hands?" No chance. His reaction was extremely fast too, but just as he made a move, he suddenly discovered that something was not right. The surrounding S.P.A.C. team had been distorted to varying degrees. Although this could not stop him, in just this short while, Shang Hang already flew in. When Shui turned pale with fright, secretly thinking to himself that this brat was so impressive to actually comprehend S.P.A.C. team law at the same time. But just as he was surprised, Shang Hang retreated with an even faster speed. All of a sudden, he landed on the ground, footsteps retreating repeatedly, only barely managing to stand still after several dozen steps. Shang Hang had a pale face, his eyes full of shock. S.P.A.C. team law. Shang Hang never thought that there were actually also others who grasped S.P.A.C. team law. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he could not catch up even if he whipped his horse. A figure slowly walked out, as if walking over from the fog. Everyone could not see him clearly at all. This person was clearly standing in front of them, but they could not see this person's features clearly. Unfathomable. At this time, this was the thought in the hearts of all the geniuses. The arrival asked nonchalantly, "What's your name?" Shang Hang's expression was rather ugly. He still answered, "S. Shang Hang." A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that traveling through S.P.A.C. team, he actually arrived at Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team's youth era. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos was the heaven-defying martial technique of Shang Hang, and he triggered Shang Hang's S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos in later generations. Traveling through S.P.A.C. team should also be related to Shang Hang. But the current Shang Hang had a look of immaturity, being far from the future version of him showing disdain on all under the heavens. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, that sort of aura that considered all beneath his notice was not the slightest bit diminished too. You can comprehend S.P.A.C. team law at the same time. Very good. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Shang Hang had a look of embarrassment and said unwillingly, "Is your excellency mocking me? What is my bit of meager cultivation base count, as in front of you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not as good as me right now, but you'll surely achieve great things in the future. Even that divine race's progenitor, where's the harm in battling?" Shang Hang yearned for it as he listened, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Your excellency is thinking too much. These two power of laws are overly abstruse. Junior is already feeling somewhat struggling to make ends meet now." Yi Yuan did not follow up, but asked, "Then what did you guys forcefully rush Inquire Heavenly Palace for?" Upon hearing this, Shang Hang was invigorated, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's strength, he was like a deflated balloon, immediately shriveling up. They originally wanted to challenge Yi Yuan, but just now, Yi Yuan did not make a move at all, just mobilizing the power of law a little, and he returned to his original spot involuntarily. This kind of means was truly inconceivable. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill him, it was merely a matter of a single thought. "Your Excellency, you, as the chief instructor, have never appeared in 5 years. It's chilling the hearts of the myriad race's geniuses." Shang Hang said forcefully. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "It's only been 5 years, and you can't wait for this bit of time too? You guys are also too impatient." Shang Hang smiled coldly and said, "Who knows what your excellency is thinking? If we didn't come to forcefully rush, inquire heavenly palace, your excellency probably won't leave seclusion for 10 years, even 100 years too, right? Lord profound secrets, inviting you to be the chief instructor. It is not to let you cultivate yourself daily, but it is to groom the human race's powerhouses. No matter how strong you alone are, how can you deal with the divine race's major powers? Yi Yuan fell silent. He could feel Shang Hang's desire to grow strong. That sort of obsession was almost bursting out of his body. These few in front of him were all like that. It was precisely this sort of powerful desire that let them become that powerful, right? When Shang Hang saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he still thought that he was acknowledging that he was in the wrong, and said with a cold smile, "Nothing to say? Someone like you isn't fit to be the chief instructor at all. You are the moth of deicide." These words were said rather nastily. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, smilingly, "Is that so? You guys follow me." Finished talking, he turned around and flew in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Everyone was uncertain what it meant, but still followed after. What kind of tricks is this person going to play? Shang Hang, you're dead for sure. You said it so nastily just now. He's definitely going to punish you underhandedly. Humph. Scared for what? What I said is the truth. The few people followed behind, whispering quietly. However, entering Inquire Heavenly Palace, everyone became dumbfounded. What are these? When Shang Hang saw the scenery before his eyes, his entire person was stunned. In front of him, there was a series of complicated to the extreme grand arrays. These array formations were linked with one another, being incomparably complicated and profound. Glancing over, it was like a dreamy ocean. It was exquisitely beautiful. With their horizons, they could not see through the actual situation in front of them at all. Even Heavenly Emperor Wen Shui was also stunned at this time. These 5 years' time, he was tinkering with these things inside. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, "Don't you guys want to become strong? These array formations can help you all become strong. I've been thinking on how to impart the power of laws that I comprehended to you guys to the maximum limit. It's just that preaching Tao to you guys every day is clearly not a good idea. Some things can only be understood and not expressed with words. Now, I've integrated all that I've learned during my lifetime into these array formations. As long as your talents are sufficient, you'll naturally be able to comprehend." Shang Hang opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face, wanting to speak. But he discovered that his throat seemed to be blocked. He was unable to speak no matter what. Chapter 2392. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Chapter 2392. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. When Yi Yuan set up formations, he had always accomplished it at one stroke. The array formation that he set up for 5 years, it could be imagined how complicated it was. During these 5 years, he could be said to have exhausted his mind and body, connecting his comprehensions and source laws to the maximum limit, expending a lot of energy. These inheritance grand arrays not only contained his own comprehensions, but they also contained the cultivation methods for 5 element laws, as well as lightning law. Although Yi Yuan did not cultivate the 5 element laws, he had fought with Wan Zhen before and had his own unique understanding of the balance of the 5 element laws. Although his realm was not high, his horizons were extremely far. It could be said that the height he was standing at now was unmatched by anyone. He was standing at the height equal to heaven. There were thousands of great Daos. Reaching the extreme was arriving at the same destination via different means. Regardless of which kind of law, what it pointed to in the end was all Tao. He did not cultivate the 5 elements. but it did not hinder him from helping other people cultivate the 5 elements with array formations. These inheritance grand arrays were extremely cumbersome, but in the end, there were only 18 grand arrays. After Yi Yuan finished setting it up, he himself also jumped in fright. These 18 grand arrays, didn't it correspond precisely to the 18 grand ancestors later on? Could it be that the 18 grand ancestors were all nurtured from his grand arrays? Didn't you all want to become stronger? All right, I'll go and test it out then. I want to see which of you have the highest talent, Yi Yuan said with a look of amuse. Yi Yuan's expression triggered everyone all at once. Didn't you all say that I wasn't teaching? Now, I've built the house. Just see if you guys have the ability to carry it away or not. Shangheng gritted his teeth and said, I'll go. As he said, he plunged headfirst into the spatial grand array. Uffed! Shangheng just entered the grand array and was immediately bounced back, severely wounded and vomiting blood. The group of geniuses had shocked faces. How to play like this? Yi Yuan looked at Shangheng and said, start from the beginning. Don't reach beyond your grasp. Is your foundation really laid solidly? These grand arrays require you all to start over from the top one step at a time. Rashly Russ. Plussing the formation will be life-threatening. Shangheng had a gloomy look as he said, why didn't you say it earlier? Yi Yuan smiled and said, in order to make you suffer a bit. Shangheng rolled his eyes, but he realized that justice was not on his side. He could not say anything either. Entering the formation again, the geniuses were all very cautious, starting from the beginning. They chose the inheritance grand array that they were most adept in and entered inside. The longer Shangheng stayed in the array formation, the more alarmed he got. This spatial inheritance grand array seemed to be tailor-made for him. Yi Yuan did not put his spatial law into the grand array, but he formulated a whole set of training methods. This kind of training method could let him comprehend spatial law faster and more thoroughly. In other words, he was teaching you how to grasp spatial law and not teaching you what was spatial law. Shangheng felt alarmed. What kind of height was he standing at to be able to set up such a heaven-defying array formation? Heavenly Emperor Wenshui's horizons were extremely far. He also saw through the inklings very quickly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan immediately became different. Your Excellency really made contributions that will remain eternal for generations to come. I think that some of them already have considerable harvests. Your Excellency's inheritance grand arrays really broaden people's horizons. This old man has never seen before that power of laws can actually be set on like this. Wenshui exclaimed in shock. Inheritance grand arrays. To these geniuses, they were tantamount to a good rain after a long drought. Such an advanced training method opened up a door for them. Entering for the first time would be when they benefited the most. The effects could be said to be instantly seen. Yi Yuan smiled and said, giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Each person's path is different. The laws that they comprehended will also be different. Although cultivation methods are good, the achievements are limited. Teaching them the way to cultivate and letting them go and fumble their own Tao, this is the king's way. When Shui exclaimed, a terrific giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Plus Lord Profound Secrets, indeed, has a sharp eye for discovering able people. With your Excellency being the chief instructor, overthrowing the divine race is right around the corner. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. During these 5 years' time, his own gains had also been tremendous. In the past 5 years, his SPAC team law became increasingly profound. This was also the reason why those geniuses could not see Yi Yuan's face clearly. Even if he did not deliberately mobilize the power of S.P.A.C. team, it was as if he was situated in S.P.A.C. team 2. Naturally, he could not be seen clearly. Being able to set up these 18 grand arrays required him to expend tremendous effort in the first place. This was similarly a systematic training to Yi Yuan. The angle at which he stood at, it was even more unimaginable for bystanders. But after these 5 years, Yi Yuan faintly had a trace of feeling. It seemed like it was not far away from the time he had to leave. In the end, when Shui could not resist too, entering the grand array, Yi Yuan just watched quietly by the side. He was observing these geniuses. A month later, many geniuses already could not hold on anymore. When their gains exceeded their abilities, they would not be able to stay in the grand array anymore. They needed time to digest these improvements. The earlier one came out, the worse their talent. The later one came out, the better the talent. Among these people, it was indeed still Shang Heng who was the last to come out. The power of law that he comprehended was the hardest, but he was the one who lasted the longest. It was also no wonder that he could become Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team in the future. Your Excellency, I was wrong. After Shang Heng came out of the formation, the first thing he did was not to get excited, but to come before Yi Yuan with a look of shame and admit his fault respectfully. He cultivated for a full half a year's time in this grand array. This half a year's time, his spatial law advanced by leaps and bounds. It was almost comparable to his 10,000 years of effort in the past. Concerning the power of this grand array, there was already no need for him to say any more. He also deeply understood how valuable these grand arrays that Yi Yuan spent 5 years to build were. Perhaps the rise of the human race depended on these 18 grand arrays. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why are you wrong?" Shang Heng said in shame, "Your Excellency is a celestial being. This disciple shouldn't have blamed Your Excellency wrongly." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with your desire to become strong. Previously, I was just cracking a joke with you. You and I still have fate in the future. This destined meeting shall span S.P.A.C. team." Shang Heng discerned Yi Yuan's overtones and said in surprise, "Isn't Your Excellency leading us to resist the divine race together? With Your Excellency around, the world will be ours in the future." He examined his own conscience and felt that his talent was extremely high. But in front of Yi Yuan, what did he count as? Yi Yuan was the human race's true future. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to fight side by side with you all. But it's just a pity that some things can't be helped. But you rest assured some things can't be avoided. No matter where I am, I'll fight with the divine race to the end." The group of geniuses felt baffled as they listened. These words seemed to have the intention of beating a retreat. Could it be that this chief instructor was scared? They simply could not understand what S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos was, because even Yi Yuan himself was unable to understand it. Chapter 2393. Farewell. Chapter 2393. Farewell. Is it possible that Your Excellency is afraid of death? Shang Heng just admitted his fault, but the expression on his face at this time became gloomy again. Toward Yi Yuan's behavior of cravenly clinging to life instead of braving death, he was very disapproving. Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter and said, "You'll understand in the future." Shang Heng had a sullen face as he said, "Humph! All excuses. Who can know about the future? Even Lord Profound Secrets can't possibly calculate events of the future too. So how would you know? In fact, you don't even dare to show yourself with your true self." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I said this before. You'll understand in the future. The destiny between you and me isn't over. Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left, leaving behind the stunned-looking group. With the inheritance grand arrays, Inquire Heavenly Palace became the land of inheritance. Every day, countless geniuses gathered here, cultivating inside the inheritance grand arrays. This place became the manufacturing plant of powerhouses, when profound secrets and witch cloud. And the rest learned of this. Each and every one of them was inexplicably surprised. At this time, no one felt conflicted with this decision of profound secrets anymore. On the contrary, they felt that he was extremely wise. As for Yi Yuan, he dwelled in deep seclusion these days and rarely showed his face, becoming mysterious. But very soon, another incident happened that made the entire deicide's upper echelons become depressed. Poor Jian Rufeng vomited fresh blood, his entire person appearing very downcast. This was already the 7th time he vomited blood today. These days, the frequency of his blood vomiting had clearly increased dramatically, casting a shadow over the entire deicide. Didn't you say that there's still at least several thousand years' time? Why is it like this? Witch Cloud's expression was ugly as he said. Jian Rufeng had a haggard face, but his spirit was very healthy. He smiled and said, "Oh, old friend, this is a good thing. With your intelligence, can't you guess why is it like this?" Witch Clouds frowned and mused for a moment. Suddenly, his 2 eyes went wide, and he exclaimed, "You're saying that the inheritance grand arrays, which young friend G created, made the auras of the heavenly hidden world's geniuses skyrocket? That's why it added a heavy burden on you, and it hastened the arrival of this day?" Jian Rufeng nodded slightly and said, "This boy is truly a rare genius of the current age. With him around, why worry that our great cause won't succeed?" Witch Cloud frowned and said, "But don't you feel that he's a little strange recently? I heard the people below say. He said that he won't be taking part in the war with the divine race. Could it be that he's actually someone who clings to life and fears death?" Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said, "How can someone who clings to life and fears death challenge the Sentry Celestial Palace by himself? My old friend, you make the arrangements. 3 days later, my Jian family's 100 people shall die martyrs in the performance of our duties and permanently SHI plus ELD Heavenly Hidden World." Witch Cloud's expression changed. His eyes were glimmering with tears as he said, "Must it be so fast?" Jian Rufeng smiled and said, "What difference does a day earlier make? What does a day later matter? What's coming will always come." "Oh, right. Have Yi Yuan come too? I have some words to say to him." 3 days later, several 100,000 geniuses gathered. The Jian family's 100 major powers stood behind Jian Rufeng in silence. Many geniuses already had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. The silence currently was the prelude to a tragic song. Everyone knew what was going to happen next. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt sorrow in his heart too. He did not expect that because of his inheritance grand arrays, it actually accelerated Jian Rufeng's death. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the present era's top major power, but his power alone was insufficient to SHI plus ELD Heaven's Secrets. Hence, these 100 major powers of the Jian family would be martyred together with him. The Jian family was really an admirable family. Yi Yuan saw that there was a child beside Jian Rufeng, who vaguely had the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets of the later generations. Yi Yuan was astonished. He did not expect that he could actually meet the next generation Profound Secrets here. Jian Rufeng stood proudly, his gaze sweeping over the group of geniuses, revealing a look of relief. Seeing these geniuses mature, well, one by one, was the drive for his willing martyrdom. These geniuses were the human race's future. Seeing you all grow so quickly, this ancestor feels relieved. This ancestor dying in the cause of justice isn't considered a major event originally, but calling you all over today, it's to awaken the hot blood in your hearts with my death. Resistance will lead to death. Today, it's this ancestor dying for the cause of justice. In the future, the vast majority of you guys will similarly have to be martyred. You all remember this. Dying is very easy. Those who are alive are the ones carrying the burden and advancing. The burden on you all is thousands of times heavier than this ancestor. I hope that from this day forth, you all will go and cultivate with 1,000, 10,000 times the effort to exchange for the future hope of all races. You all understand? Each of Jian Rufeng's words was heavy, shocking the soul. The geniuses present all choked up. Jian Rufeng used his lofty sentiments to infect everyone present, including Yi Yuan. At this moment, the blood within his body seemed to be immolating too. How much did he want to stay behind, to fight side by side with these lovable people? Yi Yuan thought of this. It was just that he knew that that was impossible, because the feeling of him leaving became stronger and stronger. He seemed to be able to feel an inexplicable call. Understood. The reply was as loud as a clap of thunder. Jian Rufeng looked at the child next to him, a hint of doting flass. Plussing across in his eyes. He's called Jian Haoran, this ancestor's youngest son. He possesses this ancestor's bloodline. After I die, he'll be the next generation heavenly emperor profound secrets. Jian Rufeng said, "We pledge our lives to protect young Master Haoran." The group of geniuses said in a clear voice, but Jian Rufeng shook his head and said, "There are no cowards among my Jian family's men. Haoran, although you're young, father's unfulfilled ambitions need you to fulfill them. Can you do it?" Although Jian Haoran was young, under Jian Rufeng's influence, he already had the air of a general. His childishness had yet to shed, as he said in a childish voice, "Our Jian family occupies the destiny of the human race, and we should be the first to bear hearts. P.S., and the last to enjoy comforts, devoting my life to duty till my heart ceases beating." Jian Rufeng laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, indeed, my good son." In such adverse circumstances, the Jian family could become such a leviathan, they indeed occupied the human race's destiny. But Jian Rufeng did not pat himself on the back, and instead regurgitation fed the human race with the Jian family's destiny, which was truly able to evoke praises and tears. Yi Yuan felt touched. Jian Haoran said this, and his family also did so. Even after tens of billions of years, his original intention never changed too. The Jian family's people were indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Jian Rufeng's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, and his pupils could not help shrinking. He had not seen Yi Yuan for some time already. Seeing him again at this time, he discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body underwent a huge change. Yi Yuan, this person was clearly standing there, but it gave him an extremely unreal feeling, as if he was independent outside of this world. He could not help but recall those rumors. Could they be true? But what in the world was going on? Ji Qingyun, can you stay and save the myriad races from extreme misery? Jian Rufeng asked, being rather uncertain. Originally, he was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. With him around, that was why he would leave with peace of mind. But if Yi Yuan was not around, then would their efforts still succeed? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, waiting for his answer. Chapter 2394. Both happy and tragic. Chapter 2394. Both happy and tragic. Everyone used expectant gazes to look at Yi Yuan, hoping to get his affirmative answer. Presently, everyone understood the significance of Yi Yuan's existence. He was too important to the human race. Seeing these expectant gazes, Yi Yuan also could not bear it in his heart. He knew that these peerless geniuses, including Shang Heng, would not be able to escape the fate of demise in the future. Very sorry, I'm afraid that I can't do it. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, Buzz. The genius's present exploded at once. Originally, this rumor was just some gossip. Many people did not believe it, but when Yi Yuan personally confirmed it, they could not accept it at all. Why? Lord Chief Instructor is the deity in my heart. He's actually so afraid of risking his neck. With his excellency around, why worry about not being able to overthrow the divine race? Why? Why is he such a person? My G, oh, D, the perfect image in my heart has collapsed. Following the appearance of the inheritance grand arrays, Yi Yuan was pushed up the altar. The growth in strength was visible to the naked eye. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses growing at the same time, this kind of increase could be rated as terrifying. Someone as powerful as Jian Rufeng could not endure it anymore as well. The delight of having growth in strength was something that no one could give to them. Profound secrets could H.I. plus ELD heaven's secrets, but it was also just to not let the divine race discover them. It could not make them become stronger. The person who made them become stronger was Yi Yuan. This kind of means already Serpa, said their imagination. So these few years, Yi Yuan had already been regarded by them as an existence on par with profound secrets. Even a fool could also tell how great the significance of these 18 inheritance grand arrays was. But now, Yi Yuan, who they viewed as a G.O.D., actually did not dare to face the divine race. This fact, they were seriously unable to accept it. Ji Qingyun, where did the drive when you wiped out the century celestial palaces and faced countless divine race powerhouses by yourself back, then all go to, which Cloud shouted angrily and berated painfully. He was disappointed to the extreme with Yi Yuan's answer. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer him, this alchemy path's #1 person. But that was all established on the basis of overthrowing the divine race. Now, he discovered that Yi Yuan was actually such a person. This made him unable to accept it. Facing the questioning voices that filled the sky, Yi Yuan was just silent. Only Jian Rufeng was absorbed in thought. Waving his hand, he said in a solemn voice, All right, you all don't have to be like this. No matter how he chooses, that's his own business. No matter what, young friend G's contributions far outweigh his faults. It was him who brought us hope. Even if he chooses to leave, we don't have the qualifications to question him too. Finished saying, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Young friend G, no matter what, this ancestor represents all races, and thank you. As he said, he gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly returned the bow. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. Although they were unable to accept it emotionally, they understood that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's words were not wrong. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance, this plan that was carefully planned by Deicide might just be an after-meal joke to the divine race. But with Yi Yuan's inheritance grand array, everything was different. After bowing, Jian Rufeng turned to his clansmen, his face revealing a reluctant look as he choked up and said, Gentlemen, having you all die together with me today, I, Jian Rufeng, have let you all down. Heavenly Tao Samsara, if there's an afterlife, I, Jian Rufeng, am willing to toil like a slave to repay you all. As he said, he also gave a deep bow toward his clan members. The clan members were greatly alarmed and returned the bow as they said, "Family Head is overwhelming us. Family Head is doing it for the people of the world. We're willing to follow in death." Jian Rufeng's gaze turned intent, and he said in a clear voice, "Good. You all are my Jian family's fine sons. Let's get started." Everyone said in unison, "We follow Family Head's orders." This conversation did not have any pretentiousness for effect. It was full of a stirring and solemn oh, blee spirit to die. Hundreds of thousands of hot-blooded men, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm were they. But at this time, they were already sobbing too much to talk. These hundreds of thousands of people, many of them were personally scouted by Jian Rufeng. Jian Rufeng was very heroic and generous as a person with a leader's temperament that brought people into submission. Toward these juniors, he had never put on airs, rather like a brother being long-winded. Just like with Yi Yuan. After meeting him, Jian Rufeng directly designated him to be the chief instructor. This kind of breadth of spirit, even Yi Yuan was brought into submission. The rise of the human could not do without Yi Yuan, much less without Jian Rufeng. Yi Yuan only left behind inheritances, but this foundation was forged little by little, with Jian Rufeng expending countless years. To talk about contributions, Yi Yuan really did not dare to take credit. Why did the Jian family develop into the Heavenspan world's #1 major family in the future? This was not unrelated to what Jian Rufeng paid back then. Regardless of whether it was the human race or demon race or fiend race or other races, they would all give the Jian family face. Therefore, the Jian family's forces spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world, but no one dared to say anything. Amidst the sobbing sounds, Jian Rufeng held his palm out. A blazing sun slowly rose in his palm. That blazing sun shone with boundless radiance, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The incomparably vigorous aura blotted out the sky and sun as if blocking this heaven and earth. His gaze swept over the faces of his clan members, and he said in a solemn voice, "I need your strength. Who's first?" His voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance in looks to Jian Rufeng slowly walked out and said in a clear voice, "Big brother, I'll go first." Jian Rufeng's face twitched, but he forced a smile and said, "Ha, good brother. You go first. Big brother will follow right after." That laughter virtually carried tears. This person was Jian Rufeng's younger brother, Jian Ruyun. Jian Ruyun did not say a word, traces of power gus. I plussing out of his body and merging into the blazing sun in Jian Rufeng's hand. Jian Ruyun's body was also becoming fainter bit by bit, turning lighter. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Jian Rufeng's eyes were long already wet with tears. A man would not easily shed tears until his heart was broken. Even for someone as strong as Jian Rufeng, how could he bear it under such circumstances? After Jian Ruyun, one powerhouse after another from the Jian family also followed closely behind, with the members of Jian family sing away one by one. It moved everyone present greatly. The originally sobbing sounds gradually turned into wailing sounds. The Jian family is righteous. Even if Shanghang is dashed to pieces, I'll also suppress the divine race for all of eternity. Today, I swear in the name of heavenly Tao, if I shrink back in front of divine race one day, I'll never reincarnate for all of eternity. Shanghang swore to heaven in tears. I, Qin Chao, swear to heaven, I'll definitely expel the divine race in this lifetime. Nothing will shake my resolve. In the crowd, Qin Chao similarly swore. There was no idea how many swore an oath to heaven like them. It was also precisely starting from today that their aspirations became incomparably firm, all the way until the doomsday battle erupted. The blazing sun in Jian Rufeng's hand became larger and larger and increasingly hotter. Finally, the Jian family's 100 powerhouses were all dead, while Jian Rufeng's tears had long already been dried by the blazing sun. Next, it was his turn. His gaze looked in Witch Cloud's direction, and he said, "Old friend, I leave everything in your hands." As he said, "Anastonies." Plussing aura surged wildly. Chapter 2395, Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Chapter 2395, Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Jian Rufeng's aura pierced the horizon as if going to punch through this sky. He was too strong. Being able to Serpa the divine race's strongest celestial master, Jian Rufeng's strength was beyond a doubt. From his body, countless filaments emerged, injecting into the sun crazily. The blazing sun slowly rose and flew higher and higher, heading straight for that horizon. His figure also gradually became illusory. "Lord Profound Secrets, take care. Lord Profound Secrets, farewell." The geniuses knelt down one after another and paid obeisance towards Jian Rufeng's gradually dissipating figure over and over again. The bitter and painful atmosphere spread throughout the entire world. Suddenly, a drizzle floated down from the sky. Perhaps even heaven was moved too, right? Yi Yuan's throat choked up. Even if he had long already known the ending, he could not resist weeping at this time too. Cultivators, who did not hope for longevity, did not hate to part with the secular world. Even Yi Yuan was unable to rise above conventions too. Did Jian Rufeng not have any reluctance to part with this world? Of course he had. Yi Yuan saw too much reluctance in his eyes. He could not bear to part with his younger brother, his youngest son, and could not bear to part with the foundation that he created. But he still left resolutely, as if this world already had no one who could hold him. How much courage did this require? If there was a clear future, Jian Rufeng's sacrifice might be very meaningful. But Yi Yuan knew that everyone present had too many uncertainties about the future. Among them, it included Jian Rufeng himself. If his sacrifice could not exchange for the rise of the myriad races, if in the future the divine race suppressed the myriad races, then his sacrifice would have no meaning at all. But he still went to do it unswervingly. At this very moment, any words were feeble. Jian Rufeng might not have been the strongest person in 2 epochs, but he was the number 1 virtuous person in 2 epochs, fully deserving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan saw that the resolve in the eyes of the geniuses was unprecedented. Jian Rufeng was burning himself and igniting the hope of the myriad races. Ji Qingyun, is your heart made out of stone? Facing everything that Profound Secrets has done, don't you feel ashamed standing here? Do you want him to die with his eyes open? All of a sudden, Witch Cloud burst out, questioning Yi Yuan. Everyone knew what Yi Yuan's existence signified. If Deicide originally only had one spiritual pillar, that would be Jian Rufeng. But all these had quietly changed following Yi Yuan's arrival. Very soon, Deicide became a dualistic structure. Jian Rufeng and Yi Yuan were both the leaders in everyone's hearts. Now, Jian Rufeng was about to pass away. Yi Yuan was the best successor. But Yi Yuan actually had no intention of taking part. Hence, Witch Cloud wanted to use this shout to redeem Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Witch Cloud, it is not that this Ji doesn't want to, but that I can't." Just why is it? Witch Cloud's eyes were full of incomprehension. He could clearly feel Yi Yuan's emotion. But just what was it that made him so full of misgivings? Ha ha. So that's how it is. Turns out that's how it is. Right at this time, Jian Rufeng suddenly burst into laughter, as if realizing something. His figure already became extremely illusory and might disappear at any time. He looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said, "Old friend, don't make things difficult for him anymore. The things that he's shouldering are what we cannot comprehend. Everyone, listen. From today onward, Ji Qingyun will be respected as a saint. I tled Saint Azure. I hope that everyone will S down his achievements and contributions forever. Everyone, remember, his contributions are far above this ancestors." Witch Cloud was greatly surprised, not understanding why Jian Rufeng said so, but he knew that Jian Rufeng definitely saw a trace of heaven's secret on his deathbed. Just what was it that he saw? Who in the world was this Ji Qingyun? Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan again, his gaze already becoming different. That look carried heavy surprise and wonder. Jian Rufeng gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for young friend's help. Please accept a bow from this Jian." Yi Yuan naturally knew what he saw and said with a sigh, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. Everything is foreordained by heaven." Jian Rufeng shook his head and said, "Heaven's will has destiny and has variables. Heaven's will mocks men, and don't people affect heaven's will? The cause and effect. Probably even heavenly Tao can't explain it clearly, right? This Jian will be going. Young friend carries a heavy burden and has a long road ahead. Please take care." Yi Yuan also bowed down and said, "Senior seeks virtue and acquires it. This junior definitely won't let you down." Jian Rufeng smiled slightly, his entire person turning into a wisp of light breeze, disappearing. And that blazing sun also gradually rose above the sky, emitting waves of terrifying undulations, completely covering up the heavenly hidden world's heaven's secrets. Since then, 2 suns floated up in the sky of the heavenly hidden world. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling like his body was hollowed out. The crying gradually ceased. What replaced it was a deathly silence. There were several 100,000 people present, but not the slightest bit of sound was emitted. Clearly, they were all immersed in grief, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. No idea how long had said either. Witch Cloud heaved a long sigh and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed, but old friend's words on his deathbed, it definitely won't be a careless remark." He thanked young friend Ji, and "This old man thanks you too. From today onwards, you are Saint Azure." As he said, Witch Cloud directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This old man Witch Cloud pays respect to Saint Azure. Paying respect to Saint Azure. Everyone knelt down toward Yi Yuan, the shouting shocking the heavens. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and was somewhat melancholic as he said, "Senior's words on his deathbed. This Ji doesn't dare to refuse. But Senior Profound Secrets' actions are sufficient to be conferred as a saint. This saint will posthumously canonize him as Saint Profound. Everyone doesn't have objections, right?" Witch Cloud bowed and said, "Yes, we obey Saint Azure's words. From today onward, you and old friend will be called Azure and Profound Dual Saints." Saint, a saint, men of great talent and virtue for eternity. To get this qualification, one must be respected together by all races. Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said with a sigh, "Senior, this saint knows that you're filled with puzzlement, but you also know this. Heaven's secrets can't be divulged. Some things, this saint really can't explain it." Witch Cloud's expression flickered incessantly, but he nodded his head in the end. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Little Profound Secrets, and he forced a smile as he said, "Good job. You definitely won't be worse than your father in the future. You are also someone who has the qualification to be conferred as a saint." Little Profound Secrets was still young, but he already quite had the air of his father. Hearing that, Lit Profound Secrets nodded and said, Saint Azure, rest assured. Howren definitely won't let you and father down. Yi Yuan smiled and arrived before Shangheng again, and he said smilingly, I hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. All right, Saint Profound has already said away. It's also time for this saint to leave. Farewell. Finished saying, Yi Yuan took a step out and already vanished in front of everyone. Jian Rufeng triggered heaven's secrets before dying. Yi Yuan had a foreboding that his time here seemed to be coming to an end. Hence, Yi Yuan went out of the heavenly hidden world. Several years later, the entire heavenspan world was plunged into endless darkness. A violent storm suddenly raged above the boundless and endless sea of East Billow. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky. A figure disappeared from this SPAC team. Chapter 2396. Return. Chapter 2396. Return. 3 years have already said, and yet that kid hasn't woken up yet. Most likely, he won't be able to wake up anymore. Haha, good that he can't wake up. If not for that punk, it would have been impossible for me to not even obtain the 10 major inheritances. Best that he'll be a living corpse in the future. Haha, Brother Carefree's resentment towards him is very deep, but thanks to him, we can cultivate for 1,000 years more in the primeval war realm. That's right. That's right. Haha, if he knows about this in the SPAC team turbulence, he'll probably be angered until he vomits blood, right? In the primeval war realm celestial beast plane, several young men had just finished a great battle, and were currently discussing about Yi Yuan, who was swept into the SPAC team turbulence. One of them was precisely an, bleak Carefree, Yu Tanji, who harbored deep resentment toward Yi Yuan. 3 years' time had already set in the outside world since Yi Yuan was swept into the SPAC team turbulence, which was also 300 years in the primeval war realm. The primeval war realm was indeed a holy land for cultivation. These 300 years, to them, these unpredictable children, their improvement had been tremendous. The strengths of Yu Tanji, these people were already able to enter the celestial beast plane to kill fierce beasts. Because of Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound secrets made the exception and let the unpredictable children continue staying in the primeval war realm to cultivate. As for the outside world's affairs, he could only request those big shots to come forward and monitor the divine race's activities strictly. Fortunately, in these 3 years, the divine race did not cause too big of a commotion. Both parties were currently in a stalemate. Among the few people, a youth in black robes said with a cold snort, Yu Tanji, you're a little too narrow-minded. If Yi Yuan really can't come back, that will be a civ loss to our human race. Perhaps our human race will fall into a state of eternal damnation at that time. I hope that you can still laugh. But Yu Tanji said disdainfully, Wanshun, don't you scare this young and Blee anymore, saying it like we haven't witnessed the divine race before. Let me tell you this. Before this young N. Blee came in, I've already had a taste of the divine race's powerhouses. 2 words, merely thus. They are indeed much stronger than ordinary human powerhouses, but to us, these top unpredictable children, they are not considered very strong. Whether that punk dies or not doesn't have much influence on the battle situation. Moreover, do you feel that someone can escape from the SPAC team turbulence? Yu Tanji made no attempt to hide his dislike for Yi Yuan. Because of Yi Yuan, he could not even enter the top 11, losing an opportunity to become stronger. Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Just as Yu Tanji was gloating over others' misfortune, a voice seemingly came from eternity, making everyone present jump in fright. Yu Tanji's expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, Who is it? Playing tricks, get out for this young, and, oh, blee. He spread his divine sense out, but could not find any clues at all. But right at this time, a shocking scene appeared. The void had an opening torn open by someone. This kind of tearing was not just traversing through the void, but team being torn apart at the same time, as if someone crawled out of the long river of time, and a figure walked out of that opening. Yi Yuan. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this person in disbelief. This figure was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who had traveled back from the previous epoch. When he went, it was him who triggered heaven's secrets. But when he returned, it was Jian Rafeng who triggered heaven's secrets, connecting the two SPAC teams. Perhaps it was inevitable, maybe it was accidental. But the trip to the ancient times touched Yi Yuan's heart deeply. This journey, he felt like he had spent as long as tens of billions of years. Clearly just a few thousand years of life, but he felt like he had experienced seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. When he returned, his mentality was already completely different, all the way until he heard Yu Tanji's voice in the SPAC team turbulence. Did a sense of warmth arose spontaneously. When he saw Yi Yuan again, Wan Zhen felt like he did not know him anymore. The person was still that person, but the feeling that he gave him was totally different. Originally, when they looked at Yi Yuan, he was like a little brother. But the current Yi Yuan standing in front of him, he seemed to be facing a major power who had experienced the ACCU mulation of countless years. Somewhat like Grand Ancestor SPAC team. No, he was even more archaic than Grand Ancestor SPAC team and made people not dare to look directly at him. Why Yi Yuan? How is this possible? You were clearly swept into the SPAC team turbulence. How can you possibly return to reality? Yu Tanji had an expression like he had seen a ghost, even stammering when talking. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Tanji, shook his head, and said with a sigh, being able to go naturally means being able to return. What's strange about it? Also, that kind of ignorant words just now, don't say them in the future. The divine race's true elites haven't appeared at all. You're being ignorantly boastful here. Who gave you the courage? The ancient times myriad races majors had immensely formidable means. Which one wasn't stronger than you? But they were nearly completely annihilated under the divine race's cruel oppression. I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Yi Yuan had witnessed before the ancient times geniuses. In terms of talent, temperament, and courage, they were virtually 100 times stronger than Yu Tanji. It seemed like the human race had indeed been comfortable for too long. Yu Tanji smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What are you being KY in front of this young N? Oh, Blee 4? In these 300 years, this young N, oh, Blee cultivated bitterly, my cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. I'm D knows how many times stronger than back then. But you drifted in the SPAC team turbulence for 300 years. Right now, you're not this young and, oh, Blee's match at all. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young? And, oh, Blee." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being unable to stifle his laughter. In ancient times, he was already canonized as a saint. Although his strength had not reached the apex, his aura of a sovereign was already formed. Was this Yu Tanji blind to actually not even be able to perceive this, to actually provoke him? Only to see him stand with his hands behind his back, as he said, smilingly, "Is that so? Then bring out the strength that you've cultivated bitterly these few years, and let me take a look." Yu Tanji grinned hideously and said, "I had precisely that intention. You caused this young and, Blee to fail to get the 10 major inheritances. Today, I'll take back a bit of interest first. After going out of the primeval war realm, this young and, Blee will make you regret being born in this world." After talking, Yu Tanji released his divine essence, his aura skyrocketing. He had actually reached peak 9th firmament, heavenly emperor. Already, he was just half a step away from Deva realm. To him, there was no difficulty in transcending Deva first blight at all, and his power of laws was also several times stronger than before. These 300 years, he worked harder after knowing humiliation, and his strength was indeed no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, the Wan Zhen by the side revealed a strange look. Before Yi Yuan left back then, he could still see Yi Yuan's actual situation clearly, but now he could not see through Yi Yuan at all. The present Wan Zhen, having obtained the 10 major inheritances and also having experienced 300 years of bitter cultivation, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, when he faced the current Yi Yuan, he did not even have the courage to attack at all anymore. Did Yu Tanji, this guy's head, have a hole? Can't he see how powerful Yi Yuan was? Go and die. Yu Tanji released his strength fully. SMAs. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan like a group of meteors. This move could likely even forcefully contend with Deva powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not have the intention of making a move. Chapter 2397, Reunion that spanned SBAC Team. Chapter 2397, Reunion that spanned SPAC Team. A second ago, Yu Tanji's momentum was Astoni's. Plussing as if going to decimate this world. But in the next second, his figure backed away involuntarily. After a bout of tossing down, he actually returned to his original point again. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. He thought that Yi Yuan became very strong, but he did not expect that he became so strong. Just now, Yi Yuan merely relied on spatial law, and he forced Yu Tanji back to his original point without even making a move. This is also too strong, right? Why did his strength become even more unfathomable in the SPAC Team turbulence? Originally thought that he had a slim chance of surviving, but who knew that he already made all of us look up to him. The shock that this scene earlier brought to the group of unpredictable children was too intense. Originally, Yi Yuan still needed to use the true Nirvana sword formation to deal with them, these unpredictable children. But 300 years said Yi Yuan did not even need to make a move, and he forced Yu Tanji back. One had to know this was the Yu Tanji who had already made great progress, and not the Yu Tanji back then. Impossible. Impossible. Why is your spatial law strong to this kind of extent? What on earth did you experience inside the spatial turbulent flow? Yu Tanji said with a dazed look, "This exchange just now, it hit him too hard. Although the previous Yi Yuan was monstrous, he did not exceed their imagination. But now, he already could not see Yi Yuan clearly anymore. Yi Yuan already reached a level that he was too far behind to catch up. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, "A cleansing of the soul, a tragic song of blood and years. Of course, you may never be able to understand these." Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. Just then, several powerful auras burst out of the sky, when Heavenly Emperor profound secrets, and the rest felt the fluctuations in SPAC Team. They rushed over. When profound secrets saw Yi Yuan, he was overjoyed at first, but very soon his expression changed wildly. There was also Shang Hang, who had virtually the same expression as him. Senior, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura seems like a person? Profound Secrets felt that his mouth was a little dry. That person he would never be able to forget. He had never seen that person's true face before, but that person's aura, he would never forget it. It was him and his father. They were the ones who were called Azure and Profound Dual Saints. It was him who created an unprecedented flurries. I plussing age. Shang Hang's expression had an indescribable shock as he muttered, This is impossible. How can this be possible? In the long river of time, the time that that person existed, was merely a snap of a finger. But it was that snap of the fingers that created a new era. Yi Yuan superimposed the Yi Yuan in front of him together with that figure, who traversed the endless long river of SPAC team. They were actually exactly the same at that time. He could not see that person's true face clearly, but now he could see this person extremely clearly. Hang on. This must be an illusion. How can this sort of thing possibly happen? Shang Hang had a panicky look. The others did not understand what it meant, and did not know why these two great sovereigns would suddenly become so panicky. Although Yi Yuan's return was miraculous, it was also not to the extent of making them become like this, right? What in the world happened? Even Ancestor Lightning had a blank face too. He did not know what could make a supreme major power like Shang Hang have such a visible change in countenance. What in the world happened to Yi Yuan? Senior Shang, what's wrong with you? Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Ancestor Lightning said in confusion. Shang Hang trembled, only then abruptly startled awake, and said, Right. Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Misconception. Ha ha. It must be a misconception. Isn't that so, Profound Secrets, brat? He turned to look at Profound Secrets, and discovered that Profound Secrets was currently looking at him extremely seriously. Shang Hang was immediately like a deflated ball. Profound Secrets shut his eyes and took a deep breath as if digesting something. After a long time, he opened his eyes again and slowly let out a turbid breath as he said, Senior Shang, I understand. Shang Hang's expression was ugly as he said, What did you understand? Profound Secrets said solemnly, That person appeared bafflingly and left similarly incomprehensibly, just like he appeared out of the blue and disappeared into thin air again. Do you still remember what he said? It wasn't unwillingness, but couldn't. Why couldn't? Because he doesn't belong to that era at all. Do you still remember my father's sudden enlightenment while on his deathbed? The heaven secrets that he saw through must be this. Also, do you remember what he last said to you? Shang Hang's entire body trembled, his eyes widening and looking toward Yi Yuan. Hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. You and I still have a bout of destiny in the future. This destiny shall span SPAC team. Even after endless years, Shang Hang still remembered that person's words extremely clearly because that person affected his whole life. Are you really Lord Saint Azure? Shang Hang used all the strength in his body and asked Yi Yuan. Hearing Saint Azure 2 words, Ancestor Lightning's whole body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. Titanic waves being set off in his heart. This name, there was long already no one who remembered it in this epoch. But in the last epoch, he was one of the 2 people that the myriad races admired. When he entered the heavenly hidden world, Azure and Profound Dual Saints were long gone. But their great names had never been cut off from his ears before. It was Saint Profound who won time for the myriad races with the SHI plus Elding of Heaven's secrets. It was Saint Azure who set up 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors. Without these two people, there would not be today's Heavenspan World 2. With these two people, there would not be him, this ancestor lightning. But how could this blazing sun-like name be connected to this immature youth before his eyes? Yi Yuan was silent all along, but at this time he smiled brightly and said, "Shanghang, long time no see. You've done very well." Thud. Shanghang was filled with a multiple, 2 to feelings, tears streaming down his old face. He actually directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Shanghang is incompetent and failed to completely defeat the divine race. I've let your excellency down. This supreme powerhouse, who was akin to a divinity, was crying like a child at this time. Ancestor lightning, Wanzhen, Yutanji, Pangzhen, as well as the numerous powerhouses present, all opened their mouths wide, shocked until they were unable to think. They had long already known about this old man's ident. One Tai, he was the strongest person since time immemorial, and not one of. This person was in existence who could have a showdown with the divine race's supreme powerhouse, Tianqing. He was the well-deserving human race's #1 person. But he actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Although a lot was said, they still did not understand what in the world happened. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. The muscles on Profound Secrets' face twitched endlessly, but in the end, it turned into a long sigh, and he also knelt down beside Shanghang. Jian Haoren pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, no matter how complicated this was, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai of Saint Azure was undoubtedly ascertained. Saint Azure was in existence on par with his own father. When he saw Saint Azure, he had to kneel. Chapter 2398. Without him, there won't be you all. Chapter 2398. Without him, there won't be you all. If Sei Shanghang's kneel was still within the scope of everyone's understanding, then Profound Secrets' kneel subverted everyone's understanding. No matter how strong Shanghang was, he was presently just a wisp of remnant thought, too. How strong he was, these unpredictable children could not imagine it, too. Time was sufficient to dilute everything, but Profound Secrets was the present era's #1 person. To some extent, his status was even higher than Dao ancestors. Dao ancestors were strong. That was strong in power. But the Jian family's tens of billions of years of operation, their forces spread to every corner of the Heavenspan world. The great name of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. There were none who did not know in the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He was the strongest person living at the moment. His kneel represented that the Heavenspan world's top powerhouse today bowed his head in submission in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of surprise could not be described using words at all. The group of unpredictable children exchanged glances, shocked beyond recognition. What on earth happened? Yi Yuan merely made a trip into the C-Team turbulence. So, why did Lord Profound Secrets kneel towards him? Saint Azure? Who the H-E-L is that to actually be able to make an ancient supreme powerhouse and the present era's strongest person kneel down at the same time. Yi Yuan's age is merely a few thousand years old. So what right does he have to make 2 supreme powerhouses kneel? A belly full of questions was like a cat scratching, making them uncomfortable to the extreme. Just a few centuries ago, Yi Yuan was still competing with them for the supreme inheritance, but making a trip to the C-Team turbulence. It was as if the whole world had changed. Seeing these 2 people kneel, Yi Yuan was also filled with a multiple, 2 to feelings, and said with a sigh, "All get up. The seas have already changed into mulberry fields, and mulberry fields into seas. I'm just Yi Yuan, not Saint Azure." But Profound Secrets shook his head firmly and said, "Saint Azure is Saint Azure. unless the myriad races are destroyed. Otherwise, you'll always be Saint Azure. Without you, there wouldn't be the myriad races, 10 billion years of stability. Without you, the myriad races will still be trampled under the divine race's feet. Even if seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas, it also can't cover up your achievements. Talking up to here, he turned to everyone again and said, "Everyone, all come and offer greetings to Saint Azure." This sentence carried an unquestionable majesty. He was not discussing with everyone, but he was commanding everyone. Yutanji had a look of refusal to comply on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "What bowls? I plus T Saint Azure. Based on what? He's merely a brat who's still wet behind his ears. What right does he have to make me kneel?" "Yeah, Lord Profound Secrets. Did you get the wrong person? He's Yi Yuan, not this Saint Azure you're talking about." The group of unpredictable children could not get over this hurdle in their hearts at all. Making them kneel towards a peer, they could not do it, but Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Yutanji, "Insulting Saint Azure is regarded as insulting the myriad races. Yutanji, you have been disqualified. Everything that you obtained in the primeval war realm, this emperor will also take it back." Profound Secrets' eyes turned dark, pointing a finger at Yutanji. Yutanji's entire body trembled, feeling like something in his body was stripped away. His strength was regressing rapidly. Very soon, it returned to the level when he had just entered the primeval war realm. He had a look of horror and said, My strength." Profound Secrets' gaze was cold as he said, "The primeval war realm was created by me. As long as your consciousness hasn't returned to your body yet, I can take it back at any time." Profound Secrets could strip these countless inheritances from the ancient battlefield. Wanting to strip away the strength that Yutanji obtained was naturally accomplished with ease. He worked hard here for more than 1,000 years. He did not expect that in the end it was all for naught. He actually did not obtain anything. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. If he had long known it would be like this, why did he have to run his mouth earlier? Except he completely did not understand what kind of existence Saint Azure was in the eyes of Profound Secrets and Shang Hang. The group of unpredictable children was transfixed like wooden chickens. Clearly, they did not think that it would play out like this. At the same time, they also came to understand how sacred and inviolable Saint Azure's status in Profound Secrets' heart was. Wan Zhen was a sensible person, so he took the lead to kneel first. Profound Secrets might recognize him wrongly, but it was impossible for Profound Secrets and Shang Hang, 2 people, to recognize wrongly at the same time. Clearly, judging from these 2 people's expressions earlier, they themselves also felt that it was too inconceivable. They had always been denying this fact, but also had no choice but to accept this fact. But even so, the 2 of them still knelt down without the slightest hesitation. This was sufficient to show how lofty Saint Azure's status was. This kneel, Yi Yuan was deserving of it. With Wan Zhen taking the lead, no matter how unwilling the other unpredictable sons were, they had to kneel too. Otherwise, if they had their strength taken back by Profound Secrets, that would be awkward. Hence, the others knelt down one after another. Profound Secrets' gaze looked at Yutanji coldly as he said in a chilly voice, "Why? You aren't kneeling yet?" Yutanji, being looked at, felt as if he fell into a bottomless ice abyss, and he knelt down with a thud, having his strength taken back, and he still had to kneel. Yutanji even had the thought of wanting to cry at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was an existence that he could not provoke. Even his family's ancestor, if he really provoked Profound Secrets, he would be annihilated with a snap of a finger. In this heaven-span world, apart from Tao ancestors, there were none who could contend with the Jian family. Everyone knelt down one after another, leaving only Ancestor Lightning still standing there alone. Profound Secrets said in a cold voice, "Pang Tian, have you forgotten who bestowed you this crown of Tao Ancestor?" This time, Profound Secrets did not call out Ancestor Lightning, but he called his real name Pang Tian. This was reminding him not to forget his origin. Without Azure and Profound Dual Saints, there would not be today's Ancestor Lightning. Ancestor Lightning's expression flickered incessantly. Others could kneel, but he was the paramount Tao ancestor. How could he kneel? However, as an ancient existence who similarly survived from the previous epoch, he was deeply aware of Azure and Profound Dual Saints' status in that era. He was also clear that there was nothing wrong with Profound Secrets' words. He took a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, "Are you sure that he's Saint Azure?" Profound Secrets nodded and said, "Irrefutable." Before this, his body didn't have that aura. But this time, he retrieved the aura that belonged to him originally from the C-Team Turbulence. Therefore, he's Saint Azure. Ancestor Lightning was silent. Finally, he still knelt down slowly. Everyone kneel thrice and kowtow 9 times. Pay respects to Saint Azure. Profound Secrets said in a clear voice, "We pay respects to Saint Azure." Under Profound Secrets' lead, everyone carried out the etiquette of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows in Yi Yuan's direction. This was the highest level courtesy. After the ceremony, Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said with a bitter smile, "All get up. Not just you guys. This saint also feels that it's inconceivable until now. But since the 2 of you recognize this saint, then it also confirms that this isn't an empty dream. It's just that this is a little too inconceivable." Profound Secrets nodded and said, "It's naturally not an empty dream. The 18 inheritance grand arrays created the human race's eternal prosperity, and, body is able to erase this." Done talking, his gaze swept over all of the unpredictable children, and he said in a solemn voice, "I know that you all feel dissatisfied, feeling that Lord Saint Azure is peers with you guys, and isn't worthy of accepting the ceremony of bowing and kowtow. But without him, this world won't have you all." Chapter 2399, 10 Billion Years as a Place to Cultivate. Chapter 2399, 10 Billion Years as a Place to Cultivate. Lord Profound Secrets, your words are too much, right? Without him, there won't be us. These words sound really strange. Pang Jin said in a solemn voice. At this time, only he dared to speak up. But his words indeed represented the inner voices of the unpredictable children. Profound Secrets did not speak, but Shangheng laughed coldly and said, "That's because you all don't know how great the contributions Azure and Profound Dual Saints made to the myriad races. These 2 people created an era. Saint Profound, who is also Profound Secrets' Brat's father, offered up the lives of 100 Jian clan members as the price to ignite the Son of Heaven's secrets and conceal Heaven's secrets, winning a respite for the human race. Saint Azure left behind 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors, as well as countless powerhouses for the myriad races. Otherwise, who do you all think these 10 billion years of prosperity and stability were captured by? If you all don't know how strong grand ancestors are, then this ancestor will tell you guys." As he said, he pointed at Ancestor Lightning and said with a proud expression, "When this ancestor was at my prime, even if he's augmented by rule, he might not be this ancestor's match too. Of course, if Heavenly Tao takes back his power of rule, it's as easy as turning my hand over for this ancestor to kill him." Hiss, all around came a series of cold air being sucked in sounds. This statement completely subverted their imagination. Weren't Tao ancestors invincible existences? This old man, before their eyes, was actually so strong. At his heyday, the 18 Tao ancestor level powerhouses. This was simply unimaginable. This kind of horrifying strength actually lost to the divine race. The divine race was actually so strong. Profound Secrets nodded his head and added, "The last doomsday battle was fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, mountains and rivers shattering. The 18 grand ancestors all died. The myriad races had countless powerhouses who perished. But even so, we failed to completely defeat the divine race too. You all can imagine how strong the divine race is. Therefore, without Saint Azure, even if my father ignited the Son of Heaven's secrets, the myriad races would have ultimately ended in failure too. If that was the case, it would have likely caused a catastrophic blow to the myriad races. Where will you all come from? Therefore, you all can be disrespectful toward this emperor, but absolutely can't be disrespectful towards Saint Azure. From today onwards, if anyone dares to be disrespectful towards Saint Azure, once it reaches this emperor's ears, this emperor will hunt him down to the ends of the world." The group of unpredictable children was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. This secret from 10 billion years ago, they had never heard it before. The era was too distant. They were simply unable to imagine what kind of extreme misery the myriad races were living in back then. These two people's words exploded in their ears like claps of thunder. Only then did they know how tragic the previous doomsday battle was. Only then did they know how strong the ancient time myriad race powerhouses were. Compared to the ancient times, the current myriad races powerhouses were simply Tras. Plus no wonder Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would raise such a big rumpus, gathering 1,000,000 unpredictable children to undergo the battle of geniuses. Pang Zhen had a dumbfounded look and could not resist asking Ancestor Lightning, Ancestor, is what he said true? Aren't Tao ancestors invincible existences?" Ancestor Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still nodded his head and said, "When Senior Shang was at his prime, he can annihilate Deva Fifth Blights with one hand. His C-Team law already reached an inconceivable level. If this ancestor doesn't rely on the power of law, I'm not his match at all. How is this possible? Not Tao ancestor, but stronger than Tao ancestors. Can a person's strength actually reach such a terrifying level?" With Ancestor Lightning acknowledging that he was inferior to Shang Heng, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Even a Tao ancestor was not a match. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Then what kind of monster was the Saint Azure who could groom such a terrifying existence? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Were all these really done by him? Yu Tanji's expression flickered indeterminately, and he said in a solemn voice, "Lord Profound Secrets, but what has this got to do with Yi Yuan? What Saint Azure has done, this junior admires endlessly too. But Yi Yuan is someone from 10 billion years later. So, how can he possibly go to the ancient times to teach you all? Furthermore, just his bit of strength, what right does he have to have taught a character like Grand Ancestor C-Team? Also, even if he traveled through C-Team this time, he wasn't even born yet 10 billion years ago. How could he have taught you all? Could it be that everything that happened today is actually still 10 billion years ago? None of these makes sense." Clearly, he still did not believe it. Yu Tanji's series of questions was the key to this issue. 10 billion years ago, Yi Yuan's grandfather's grandfather was not even born yet. How did Yi Yuan go and teach them? Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he could not answer this question either. But he was certain that Yi Yuan was Saint Azure. This was indisputable. Saint Azure came out of thin air and also left baselessly. Before my father died, he saw a trace of heaven's secrets too. He said that the things that Saint Azure is shouldering were all unable to understand it. But now, this emperor understands. Profound secrets said in a solemn voice. Yutanji was still unrelenting, as he said, if all these were just a coincidence, didn't you, Lord Profound Secrets, not have seen Saint Azure's true face too? As long as he proved that Yi Yuan was not Saint Azure, everything could be discussed. What right did Yi Yuan have to become Saint Azure? But these words really stumped Profound Secrets. Humph, you brat, what the H-E-L-I do you know? The profundities of time and S-P-A-C, these two great supreme laws. Forget about you. Even this ancestor can hardly get a complete picture too. At this time, Shang Hang snorted coldly and said, do you know why S-P-A-C team reversal chaos, this move is called this name? Ha ha, this ancestor has only used this move once in my lifetime. That's in that battle to deal with Tianqing, because once this move is used, even I can't control the direction of time, and S-P-A-C too. This ancestor can't beat Tianqing, and can only exile him to the S-P-A-C team turbulence. Under this move, S-P-A-C team will turn chaotic. Those who are exiled will forever be lost in the chaotic S-P-A-C team. Lord Saint Azure triggered the S-P-A-C team reversal chaos. A reverse chaos happened between these two S-P-A-C team. The events of the two S-P-A-C team really happened. It's just that because of the disorder of S-P-A-C team, the order is already not important. Or should I say, the S-P-A-C team of these 10 billion years is all chaotic. Now, Lord Saint Azure returned. Only now is the S-P-A-C team of these 10 billion years considered complete. These 300 years he leaped across S-P-A-C team and took back the name of Saint Azure. These 10 billion years of S-P-A-C team, it is merely Saint Azure's place to cultivate. His accomplishments in S-P-A-C team law in the future will be far above this ancestor's. As long as he's given sufficient time, he'll be able to sweep away the divine race by himself. In terms of understanding S-P-A-C team law, no one in this world could compare to Shang Hang. This explanation of his shocked everyone even more until they were dumbstruck with amazement regarding the S-P-A-C team samsara of 10 billion years as his own training land. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. S-P-A-C team law, it was simply hard for ordinary people to surmise. They were not tangible and material like other laws. They really existed, but could not be touched at all. Furthermore, when they reached an extremely profound level, it was even harder for ordinary people to imagine. Chapter 2400, Ma.S.Civ Crisis. Chapter 2400, Ma.S.Civ Crisis. Ha ha ha. Tianqing finally returned from the S-P-A-C team turbulence. Shang Hang, so what even if you exiled me into the S-P-A-C team turbulence? This ancestor returning like a king, who can stop me in this era? Ha ha. Not long after Yi Yuan returned to the primeval war realm, a middle-aged man dressed in ragged clothes rushed out of the void, laughing wildly without ceasing. His voice was akin to rolling thunder, virtually making the entire world tremble. Although this middle-aged man was in tattered clothes, the aura on his body was virtually SMA's. H-I plus ing through this firmament. With every action, it was as if heaven and earth moved along with him. This middle-aged man was none other than precisely the Tianqing, who was exiled into the S-P-A-C team turbulence by Shang Hang. An epoch later, he finally returned. Tianqing's appearance immediately caused a great panic. He did not conceal his aura. Within a radius of 10 million miles, all of the powerhouses trembled endlessly under his pressure. Even some reclusive, heavenly emperor old monsters were alarmed one after another too. Tianqing, who is Tianqing? How can he be so powerful? Too strong. I feel that this is simply facing heavenly Tao. What does this person want to do? His aura seems to be different from ours. He wouldn't be of the divine race, right? Some people were frightened until their faces turned green, fleeing for their lives in a panic. The Heavenspan world had as many powerhouses as clouds, but even ninth firmament, heavenly emperor mighty experts, could not cause such a terrifying commotion too. The divine race's supreme expert coming into being, it immediately alarmed countless powerhouses. Suddenly, Tianqing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Sure enough, the present Heavenspan world has already been occupied by these ants, a bunch of ants who overestimate their own ability to actually dare affront the might of heaven. Today, I'll make you all disappear from this world." Done talking, he flicked his finger, an invisible stream of force tore across the air. An apocalyptic power instantly covered a vast expanse of open ground. Boom! Several cities that were not far from him were instantly turned to ashes. The billions of powerhouses in these dozens of cities were left without corpses. The power of a single strike was utterly appalling. Tianqing's face was indifferent, as if he just killed a bunch of ants. However, he was clearly not satisfied yet, his figure moving, disappearing from his original spot. Very soon, cities of varying sizes completely disappeared from the Heavenspan world one after another. This commotion immediately caused a huge wave in the Heavenspan world. This undulation was too terrifying. There was no way for them to not know too. In the divine race camp, there was elated dancing and cheering. Ha ha ha, we finally waited it out. With Lord Tianqing returning, it's time for us to sweep across the Heavenspan world. Those foolish humans think that we're scared of Tao ancestors. They completely didn't know that we were waiting for Lord Tianqing's return. An epic of waiting. And finally, it's time for the divine race to reign over the world again. Among the divine race's 8 lineages, the heaven lineage was revered as supreme. The heaven lineage respected Tianqing as supreme. Tianqing was the divine race's Qi. OD, his might could not be measured using words at all. Destruction with a snap of a finger, it was referring to him. His battle with Shang Hang back then riddled the Heavenspan world full of holes. Shang Hang fighting against him with S.P. A.C. in time, 2 great laws, was a notch inferior to him too. Finally, Shang Hang had no choice but to activate S.P. A.C. Team Reversal Chaos, exiling Tianqing. Only then was there the human race's final victory. Now, Tianqing returned, and Shang Hang was already no longer here. Who was Tianqing's match? Father, things are bad. The divine race's progenitor, Tianqing, returned from the S.P.A.C. Team Turbulence and struck violently in the Heavenspan world, destroying thousands of cities. Ancestor Water, Ancestor Fire, Ancestor Wind, 3 great Tao ancestors took action at the same time. After a great battle, Tianqing escaped back to the divine race with heavy injuries. The 3 great Tao ancestors also sustained severe injuries. Jian Yunxin entered the primeval war realm in a panic, bringing in this earth-shattering news. Everyone fell into shock. What did you say? Tianqing returned from the S.P.A.C. Team Turbulence? Profound Secrets' entire body trembled as he said absent-mindedly. Ancestor Lightning's expression also changed wildly, and he said the 3 of them joining hands wasn't Tianqing's match. Each and every one of the unpredictable children present was shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. His power alone seriously wounded 3 great Tao ancestors. This kind of strength was simply too terrifying. It turned out that Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team was not boasting. The divine race strength was really too powerful. Only then did they understand why these ancient-era powerhouses were so apprehensive of the divine race. That was Tao ancestor, especially Yutanji. His face was deathly pale. Only then did he know how ignorant he was. Senior Shang, this profound secrets could not refrain from looking at Shanghang. Shanghang's eyes flickered. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, with Saint Azure returning, the S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos ended. It naturally can't stop a character like Tianqing anymore as well. Profound Secret said absent-mindedly, how can this be? Senior Shang has already set on, while Saint Azure has yet to attain Tao. Who else in this world can still stop Tianqing? Could it be that our human race can't escape this calamity in the end? At this very moment, it was as if the sky had fallen down in the primeval war realm. Even Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning also lost their wits at this time. No one could have expected that on the eve of the Doomsday Battle, such a huge change would actually occur. Tianqing's return shattered all of their hopes. In the previous era, because Saint Profound S.H.I. plus eld Heaven's secrets, the myriad races cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the heavenly hidden world before they finally dragged the divine race down from their altar. But now, there was already no time to let the human race geniuses grow up. Even if Yi Yuan rebuilt 18 grand arrays anew, it was also impossible to groom a powerhouse like Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team. They all believed that if Yi Yuan grew up, he would surely be able to stop the divine race. But he was running out of time. Lord Saint Azure, what should we do now? Shanghang suddenly asked Yi Yuan. In this place, it was also just him who could maintain a trace of composure. With him saying so, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Yuan. If say that the human race still had hope, then this hope might lie on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been silent all along. Hearing Shanghang asked, only then he slowly said, we still have time. This battle, although Tianqing exhibited powerful strength, it also proved one thing: he isn't invincible. After this battle, I think that the divine race will still be afraid of Tao ancestors' strength. Furthermore, Tianqing probably also wouldn't dare to make a move within a short time. Profound Secrets' expression was ugly as he said, but Heavenly Tao will be taking back the power of rules very soon. At that time, we won't have any reliance at all. Yi Yuan asked, how long is there still? Profound Secrets said, 100 years at shortest, 1,000 years at the longest. Yi Yuan fell silent again. This time was indeed too short. Although his cultivation speed was fast, it was also impossible to reach Tianqing's realm in a short 1,000 years. Moreover, the divine race's powerhouses did not just have Tianqing alone. Each one of the divine race's 8 lineages progenitors could not be underestimated. Even if they were inferior to Tianqing, they were absolutely not beneath Profound Secrets too. Only after being silent for a long time did Yi Yuan slowly say, since that's the case, then there's only to fight. Chapter 2401, Thrive in Calamity and Perish in Soft Living. Chapter 2401, Thrive in Calamity and Perish in Soft Living. Fight? How to fight? Yutanji laughed coldly and wanted to shoot a sarcastic remark, but he swallowed his words back when they reached the tip of his tongue. Yi Yuan's current ident. 1. Tai was different. If he did not watch his mouth again, it would not be as simple as having his strength taken back anymore. Sure enough, Profound Secrets gave him a glance. This glance made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar. However, Yu Tanji's question was similarly what everyone's question was. How to fight? Yi Yuan slowly said, no matter what, to battle is the best way to increase strength. Regardless of whether it is 100 years or 1,000 years, how much strength can be improved will depend on our good fortunes. Although Yi Yuan could use time law to groom powerhouses, this would mean he would not have time to go and cultivate anymore. Furthermore, wanting to create a small world that could accommodate thousands of martial artists would expend a great deal of energy in the first place. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly hidden world back then or the current primeval war realm, it expended the 2 generations' heavenly emperor profound secrets' countless manpower and material resources. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. This kind of method was clearly not too suitable for the current situation anymore. Ancestor Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What kind of solution is this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Otherwise, the few of you Tao ancestors rush to the divine race and finish off all of their progenitors." Ancestor Lightning's throat choked up, and he immediately shut his mouth. 3 great Tao ancestors taking action at the same time could not do anything to Tianqing too. If they went, they absolutely would not gain any advantage. This battle completely made both parties become fearful of each other. After Shang Heng mused for a moment, he suddenly spoke up. "I feel that this idea can work. In the last Doomsday battle, although the powerhouses on our side nearly died out, they didn't gain any advantage either. Apart from Tianqing, the other progenitor states shouldn't have recovered to their peak yet. In terms of the number of experts, all of our races added together is 10 times, even 100 times of theirs. Even if we use human lives to stack, we can also stack them to death. What we lack most here is a combat force that is capable of fighting with Tianqing." Speaking of this, Shang Heng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said, "If Tianqing doesn't die, even if all of the other members of the divine race are killed, it makes no difference to his combat power is already strong until it can ignore the number of people." At this point, everyone's gazes concentrated on Yi Yuan. If there was someone here who could reach Tianqing's height, it would be none other than him, the eternal Saint Azure. The legacies left behind overthrew the divine race's rule. Who else was there in this world? Profound Secrets' expression was solemn as he said, "Lord Saint Azure, can you do it?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Time is too short. I don't know whether it will work or not too. Do what we can, and leave the rest up to fate then. At this point, there's already no other way. There's only to fight." As he said, he turned his head to look at the other unpredictable children, and said calmly, "You guys who's willing to brave life and death together with this saint?" "Me." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a figure already stepped forward. It was none other than precisely Wanzhen. "Me. Me too." Very soon, there were many people who came forward. However, even more people exchanged glances, seemingly having the intention of withdrawing. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sighing slightly too, and said, "Times have changed. The hearts of the people have also changed." Still remembering when Saint Profound died in the cause of justice, what Blee's spirit he was. The geniuses of that era also used actual actions to comfort Saint Profound's spirit in heaven. But in this epoch, the human race had stayed in a comfortable environment for too long. Even if they knew that it had already reached the point of life and death, they were still not willing to risk their lives, because they had never experienced before that feeling of humiliation. Without humiliation, how could there be the ambition to risk one's life? Shang Heng sneered and said, "Thrive in calamity and perish in soft living." Seeing these people who cling to life and fear death, this ancestor somewhat regrets what I did back then. Profound Secrets similarly smiled coldly and said, "Those who are afraid of death tend to die faster. Doomsday battle. No one can stay aloof from it. Do you all think that by not going, you'll be able to live?" Everyone exchanged glances. Only then did some people step forward again. The majority of the people still harbored hopes of getting lucky. Maybe they could survive. If the sky fell, there would always be the tall folks holding it up. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "The rest, I'll leave then." Among 1,000 people, the ones who stepped forward in the end were less than 300 people. What made Yi Yuan a little surprised was that Pang Zhen came forward too. He and Pang Zhen were not on very good terms, so he did not expect that this guy still had some guts. His gaze swept over everyone and said, "You guys staying behind, do you know what you're going to face?" Wanjin immediately said, "For men, death is but death. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Don't even know this bit of logic. And they also dare to call themselves geniuses. Those people really wasted all their years of living." Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "How can my Pang family have people who are afraid of risking their neck? Ancestor dares to battle. How can I, Pang Zhen, be so cowardly?" The 9 great Tao ancestors came from the last epoch. Although their strength was not considered top-notch at that time, they were considered to have battled for the rise of the myriad races. Although Ancestor Lightning had an appearance of impassiveness, a hint of imperceptible pride showed in his eyes. People who had experienced that era would not be hesitant to proceed when in front of such major issues of right and wrong. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not bad. You made me view you in a different light. Actually, if people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Although fighting is dangerous, it's also the fastest way to break through. The divine race has as many experts as clouds. There's no better whetstone than this. Perhaps this battle will be your road toward being canonized as an ancestor." The remaining unpredictable children trembled all over, fighting spirit immediately igniting in their eyes. Being canonized as an ancestor, it was a great temptation to them as well. Although this battle was perilous, if they pulled through, it would be a smooth road. Among you, there are some whose talents are not as good as those people who left. But I believe that as long as you guys can survive, your future accomplishments will definitely be higher than theirs. Yi Yuan said firmly. Profound Secrets said, "Among the million unpredictable children, there are definitely many who are willing to join too. I'll convene with all of them. These people, Lord St. Azure will be in charge of them." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "There's one more thing that needs to be entrusted to you." Profound Secrets replied, "What is it, Lord St. Azure? Feel free to give the order." Yi Yuan said, "Lend me your primeval war realm to use. Let my Pill Towers alchemy path powerhouses enter and comprehend the Tao. With the time acceleration here, it might be able to give birth to Tao pill-level powerhouses." Profound Secret's eyes lit up, and he said with a nod, "I'll obey Lord St. Azure's orders." In the past, Profound Secrets looked down on the alchemy path because the alchemy path's inheritance had already been cut off. But now he knew that the ancient times alchemy path inheritance was left behind by Yi Yuan in the first place. Then what did he still have to hesitate for? In the past, Yi Yuan imparted Tao at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. It was to guide those alchemy path powerhouses into great Tao. With the addition of time law, who knew whether Tao pill-level powerhouses would be born or not? Chapter 2402, Divine Children Legion. Chapter 2402, Divine Children Legion. Commander-in-Chief of the human race 3 armies. N.I. Xian pays respect to Lord St. Azure. In front of Yi Yuan was a 60-year-old looking old man. This N.I. Xian was the commander of the human army a Deva Fifth Blight supreme powerhouse. It was just that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already notified all races that Saint Azure had returned and must be treated with the highest courtesy. And I Xian was currently sizing up this young man, being incredibly shocked in his heart. He was a supreme powerhouse who attained Tao in this epoch and did not experience that era before. He was somewhat unable to understand why Lord Profound Secrets would be so respectful toward a junior. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Talk about the current situation." Regarding Yi Yuan's attitude, and I Xian was a little unhappy about it in his heart, but he still reported the current situation strictly according to the facts. The divine race came out of the West Realm's abyss, suppressing 8 realms. They were like a hot knife cutting through tur along the way, and were already approaching the middle realms. The myriad races coalition force fought. As they retreated, it was very difficult to stop the divine race army. The divine race's individual combat power was extremely strong. After reaching a large scale, it became even harder for the myriad races to resist. The 8 great supreme demon races that were originally living in the abyss, suppressing 8 realms, suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the myriad race's reinforcements arrived, barely managing to stop the divine race army. But even so, the fallen powerhouses of the myriad races were already too many to count. However, both sides' top experts were still maintaining restraint at the moment and did not really come to blows. Otherwise, the battle situation would be far from just this. Of course, this day would not be too far away too. When Yi Yuan heard this, his brows furrowed slightly too. In his view, the divine race SMAs, plus ing into enemy territory, like splitting bamboo, was not because they were too strong, but that the coalition forces were too scattered. Was the representation of the unpredictable children also not a microcosm of the myriad races presently? Regardless of whether it was the human race, demon race, or fiend race, the current fighting could not be compared to back then at all. Lacking the courage to look death calmly in the face, how could they resist the powerful divine race? Also did not know whether the comfortable life that Shanghang they all used blood to exchange for was right or not. Regarding this kind of situation, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was helpless too. Some things could not be changed by human strength. Profound Secrets contacted 1,000,000 unpredictable children, but in the end, he could only recruit a 100,000-strong army. This 100,000 army was handed to Yi Yuan to command now, arriving at the front lines. Under 9 marks, I want to go to the most dangerous place. Yi Yuan said straightforwardly, and I Xian thought about it and said, because of Lord Saint Azure saying so, there's really something that needs your excellency to make your way over. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, "Oh, let's hear it." And I Xian said, "A few days ago, the Dragon Clan had an army who suffered the sudden ambush of the divine race, suffering heavy losses. Fortunately, this army had a young girl with an unusual gift. Under her crying, it brought down a great catastrophe, avoiding a disaster. However, they are still trapped in Upper Essence Valley, unable to get away. I sent an army to go and rescue them, but was ambushed by the divine race army, and it was completely wiped out. With my judgment, this army might very likely be the divine race's Divine Children Legion, their strength incomparably formidable. This army of Lord Saint Azure's can just nice come in handy." Yi Yuan listened halfway, and his expression already changed. Bringing down a great catastrophe with crying, wasn't this Long Xiaochun? Long Xiaochun was currently trapped in Upper Essence Valley? He frowned and said, "Then is there still hope of survival for this dragon race army, right now?" And I Xian shook his head and said, "This can no longer be ascertained. Upper Essence Valley is a dangerous place to begin with, incomparably perilous. They also relied on geographical advantage to barely avoid a calamity. Even if they can avoid the pursuit of the Divine Children Legion, they might not be able to escape the dangers of Upper Essence Valley too. Yi Yuan's heart immediately sunk to the bottom. All right, the matter brooks no delay. I'll go to Upper Essence Valley now. After that, Yi Yuan did not say a word and turned around and left. Along the way, Yi Yuan led the army and went at lightning speed. At the thought of Long Xiaochun, that adorable little girl, Yi Yuan felt a gut-wrenching pain. He only hoped that nothing happened to Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan even heard an Aishian saying that this Divine Children Legion was an army of the divine race that had a great reputation. One could say that it was virtually ever victorious. There was once a human army led by a Deva Second Blight as the commander. They were crushed by this Divine Children Legion, and the Deva Second Blight commander was killed in battle. It could be seen how strong the combat power of this army was. It was said that this Divine Children Legion was all composed of divine children who had been eliminated in the past. The numbers were no less than 200,000, and they were virtually all late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm super powerhouses. The divine race's divine children. Each of them had extremely strong combat power. Even divine children who were eliminated, their combat power could not be underestimated too. Even if they were not as good as divine children, they were likely not far off either. This scale of powerhouses, the numbers reached 200,000. Their combat power was simply too terrifying. Beside Yi Yuan, Wanjun warned, Lord Saint Azure, if we rush over like this without due consideration, if we get ambushed by this Divine Children Legion, we'll suffer heavy losses. Humph, even though you're Saint Azure, I hope that you cherish the lives of these unpredictable children too. Everyone came to train themselves, not to court death. Pang Jin said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not get angry. He just said coolly, relax, they won't be able to ambush us. It was a rapid march throughout the journey. The army did not even send out scouts. Although Wanjun, they all had never experienced war before, they also knew that this way of doing things was very unreliable. According to normal methods, they should send some powerhouses with keen perception over to scout information. But Yi Yuan was seemingly not being cautious. In order to save people, he forgot about even this. At this time, Wanjun was also a little angry in his heart. Yi Yuan traveled through S.P.A.C. team and returned as Saint Azure. Could it be that he would not listen to other people's advice anymore too? When Anai Shen was talking, he was present too. He knew that Yi Yuan had kin who were trapped in Upper Essence Valley. His kin's lives were lives, while these unpredictable children's lives were not lives. The army had not started fighting yet, and differences already appeared within. Suddenly, Pang Jun's figure paused, and he said in a solemn voice, "Everybody stop." When he did so, the army just had to stop. Pang Jun was the descendant of a Tao ancestor. Even though his status was not as lofty as Yi Yuan's, his rallying power was rather strong too. Most importantly, he was in the right this time. These unpredictable children were here to train. They could accept dying, but they could not go and die without rhyme or reason. Pang Jun snorted coldly and said, "Apologies, Lord Saint Azure. It is not that I, Pang Jun, am afraid to risk my neck. It's really that your way of commanding the army is too dangerous. Any further in front, and we might suffer the ambush of the Divine Children Legion at any time. You want to save your kin, I won't stop you, but you can't let everyone die in vain." Even Wanjun was also standing on Pang Jun's side at this time. He said in earnest, "Yi Yuan, could it be that after you became Saint Azure, you won't even listen to everyone's earnest advice anymore?" The rest also revealed indignant looks, clearly being very unhappy with Yi Yuan's action. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm as he said with a faint smile, "I'm very gratified that you all can think for the safety of your officers and men. However, I'm not letting you all go and seek death. The Divine Children Legion is hidden in the forest 300,000 miles away. I'm bringing you all to go and ambush them, and not letting them come and ambush us." Chapter 24:03. How did they find us? Chapter 24:03. How did they find us? You know this? Pang Zhen had a suspicious look on his face. He spread his divine sense out, but did not discover any activity at all. Wan Zhen was the same as him, also unwittingly letting his divine sense out, and likewise did not notice anything. Hence, they expressed doubt in Yi Yuan's words. "How do you know that they are in the forest 300,000 miles away? Even if they are there, they have the means to hide their auras too, right? You can even discover it from so far away?" Wan Zhen said in amazement. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter how deep they hide, it can't escape my perception either. If you don't believe it, just go and take a look. But before this, let's cover up our auras first." When Yi Yuan's realm was very low back then, he could already vaguely perceive Heavenly Emperor profound secrets probing. Now, Yi Yuan already became the supreme powerhouse of his generation. There were really not more than a few people who could hide from his eyes and ears in this world. Especially after comprehending S.P.A.C. team law, Yi Yuan's perception could even penetrate time, and S.P.A.C. Although the Divine Children Legion hide very covertly, how could they hide from the present Saint Azure? While talking, Yi Yuan laid down a large formation, enveloping the entire army in it. Inside this large formation contained extremely profound spatial law. Even if a Deva realm powerhouse was here, it would be hard to detect it too. When Wan Zhen and the rest saw Yi Yuan's means, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan became increasingly unfathomable in their eyes. Utilizing sword formation to battle was one thing, covering an entire army of 100,000 people in an array formation was another matter altogether. This kind of thing, probably even ordinary Deva realm formation DS were unable to easily accomplish it. Only then did everyone somewhat understand why profound secrets, Shanghang, and the rest were so respectful towards Yi Yuan. This existence, who created an eternal legend, was indeed not what mortals could gauge. The army concealed their aura and advanced quietly, but the Divine Children Legion opposite was completely clueless. A blue S.H.I. plus RT middle-aged man in the Divine Children Legion said, "Commander Tiansu, we've already completely wiped out a human army the last time. Is there still a need to carry on waiting here?" Tiansu was ranked second among the divine race's heaven lineages, 9 elders, and was also this Divine Children Legion's chief commander. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that the one speaking was none other than precisely the 9 Origin, who injured him badly back then. Now, not only did 9 Origin recover fully, his strength even went a step further, reaching peak 8 marks Heavenly Tao. He was merely a step away from being a 9 marks sovereign. 9 Origin was an unsuccessful divine son from the previous generation. But his strength was at the top of the list among the failed divine children too. That was why he would enter the profound lineage's 9 elders. As for those true divine children, they had long already stepped into 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm, becoming supreme powerhouses of the divine race. Now, his strength improving further, he already summed the post of Tiansu's deputy. Think about it. This army was composed of powerhouses at 90 Origins level. How formidable was their combat power? When Tiansu heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "Relax, there will definitely still be an army coming. I've already ordered people to spread the news out. Right now, the coalition forces that side should have gotten the news. Regardless of whether it is the human race or the demon race, they must come and save people. Otherwise, they will get hit with the reputation of abandoning comrades. At that time, the coalition forces will be divided in heart and divided in practice. Of course, I'd prefer that they don't come. Ninety Origin's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up as he praised, as expected of Lord Commander. This blatant scheme, the coalition forces won't be able to crack it no matter what. If they come, who is our Divine Children Legion's match? Not coming, they will be divided in heart and divided in practice, and crumble even harder when the hearts of people are scattered. Got to admit, this move of Tiansu's was very brilliant. Large-scale battles were mostly below Deva Realm, and on this level, it was impossible for anyone to be the Divine Children Legion's match at all. As for Deva Realm or Nine Mark's Heavenly Tao realm-level powerhouses, their numbers were too few and large-scale battles rarely broke out. Furthermore, their fighting power was extremely destructive, so before the final battle began, both sides maintained relative restraint. Of course, it was also not that there were no Deva-level fights. Both sides clashed many things, and most of it ended with the victory of the divine race. The Doomsday battle fighting until now, it was virtually a one-sided victory for the divine race. Tiansu smiled smugly and said, "Therefore, we'll stay here calmly and wait for them to come and die. This aura-concealing grand array that Lord Tianyu laid down is really useful. There are already quite a number of Deva Realm powerhouses who came over to investigate, but they didn't discover us." Boom, boom, boom. Tiansu's words had yet to fade when all of a sudden, the earth shook and mountains swayed. A horrifying energy undulation instantly smashed into the Divine Children Legion. For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. Enemy attack. Quickly retaliate. There's an enemy attack. Humans to actually dare ambush us. How did they discover us? This Divine Children Legion was obviously well trained. After encountering an enemy attack, although they were surprised, they did not panic. After a brief panic, an effective attack was organized very quickly. Furthermore, the Divine Children Legion was superior in numbers. Although the sneak attack this time caused heavy losses, it did not break the bones. But they had a question in their minds. How did the human army discover them? One had to know. Even Deva Realm powerhouses came to investigate before, but left in disgrace. Nine Origin was alarmed and said, how did the humans discover us? Furthermore, our hidden sentries actually didn't discover them. Tiansu's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like we ran into an expert. But no need to panic. Even if they already discovered us, there's no return for them either." Done talking, he released his divine essence and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, don't panic. All get into position and face the enemy." Sure enough, under his word of command, everyone lined up into formation systematically and started confronting the enemy. On the other side, Yi Yuan also marveled endlessly. Cirque, stances changed with the Pa-S, Sing of Time. The myriad races and the divine races situation already quietly reversed. As the saying went, an army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Although the divine race was still haughty, they were the oppressed soldiers now. The rise of the myriad races was a humiliation to them. This time, they wanted to take it all back. And the last Doomsday battle just happened to be the opposite. The Divine Children Legion's fighting spirit was not what the humans could compare to at all. If his own army encountered an enemy attack, they would probably instantly be routed like a landslide. But this Divine Children Legion in front of him secured their positions very quickly. But Yi Yuan also understood that this was only the beginning. Without bloodshed, how could it create true powerhouses? He led his men in a charge, the true Nirvana sword formation blooming, charging into the enemy army. The true Nirvana sword formation was ever victorious, but in such a scale of battle, especially when the opponents were all divine children-level powerhouses, it was impossible for him to reap wantonly anymore. But even so, he was still like a sharp knife, stabbing into the enemy's chest ruthlessly. He alone carved out a huge opening, and behind him, the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were similarly incomparably courageous, killing until heaven and earth dimmed. The Divine Children Legion's formation was not formed yet, and was burst through by Yi Yuan. However, just as Tian Su opened his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan's divine sense captured a familiar figure. A hint of an imperceptible smile showed at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2404, Really Admire Your Courage. Chapter 2404, Really Admire Your Courage. 9 Origin. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually ran into 9 Origin here. It was precisely this person who forced him into a hopeless situation. It was also precisely this person who took Lear away from his side, making them unable to be together. At that time, how high and mighty was this person, as if he looked down on everything in this world. But the Yi Yuan back then nearly died on the spot, even if they used their final trump card. That battle was also the most disastrous battle that Yi Yuan had experienced in his life. He practically fought until he reached the brink of collapse. Later, if he wasn't lucky, he would probably have long already died. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately go find trouble with 9 Origin. He already locked onto 9 Origin, and was not scared that he would run away. If he left alone right now, that was being irresponsible to the whole army. Without him charging into battle, this human army would likely fall apart very quickly. However, when Yi Yuan charged, the outcome was akin to a no man's land. It still dealt a tremendous impact on the Divine Children Legion. Under his leaders, H, I, plus P, these unpredictable children were also all boundlessly fired up, being unrestrained and excited from killing. Although the opponent was very strong, a great battle with a scale of more than 100,000 people, momentum was similarly important. Once unpredictable children were defeated, they would immediately fall apart. But similarly, once they became excited from killing their opponents, they would also go out of control. Currently, as they faced the Divine Children Legion, which was twice as many as them, they actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. How is it possible? Our Divine Children Legion is actually being suppressed. Where did this human army pop out from to actually have such formidable strength? Especially their commander. His realm is clearly not high, but his law comprehension is extremely terrifying. Where did this guy pop out from? The Divine Children Legion's warriors were all incredibly shocked. Since they first made their appearance in the world, they had even killed before a Deva Second Blight's supreme powerhouse, and had never tasted defeat. But today, they were actually being suppressed all around. In their eyes, humans were too weak to stand up to a gust of breeze. An A.S. salt, and they would be gone. However, this army's combat power was strong beyond imagination, especially Yi Yuan. They unleashed all of their abilities, but were still unable to stop him. Wherever Yi Yuan charged, there would definitely be a swathe of divine children who fell. One had to know, although these were unsuccessful divine children, for them to be able to compete with divine children, they had formidable strength to begin with. But they actually could not even block a same-rank human. This kind of thing simply subverted their understanding. The commotion on Yi Yuan's side was noticed by Tian Su very quickly. Tian Su was a qualified commander. He used a very short time and determined where the soul of this army lay. Ignore the others. Gather all your strength to deal with that white S-H-I plus RT human. Remember, at all costs. Tiansu said with a solemn look under his word of command. The Divine Children Legion's various leaders immediately brought their own squads and rushed over toward Yi Yuan crazily. They simply ignored the consequences and were completely using lives to stuff it up. For a moment, Yi Yuan's pressure rose sharply. It was true that he was strong, but one person facing the 200,000-strong Divine Children Legion was clearly too strenuous. After all, these were all not ordinary members of the divine race. But the heavy pressure on his side liberated the rest of the unpredictable children. The likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen brought their teams to rush and kill nonstop. The Divine Children Legion suffered heavy casualties. This battle entered a white-hot stage very soon. Large-scale casualties started appearing on both sides. Beside Tianshu, 90 Origin's entire body suddenly trembled, and he exclaimed, it's him." Tiansu frowned and said, "You know him?" 9 Origin said in shock, "I'll recognize even if he turns to ashes. It was him who forcefully knocked me down a realm. But how is this possible? At that time, his small world had already collapsed. He should have completely become a cripple. But it's just been a short 1,000 years' time, and his strength actually already grew to such a terrifying level. Yi Yuan's current temperament had already undergone earth-shaking changes from back then. Back then, he was still just a tender youth. But currently, Yi Yuan regained the name of Saint Azure and was already having the air of a sovereign. Furthermore, he was augmented with S.P.A.C. Team Law, giving people a mysterious and hard-to-fathom feeling. Therefore, 9 Origin did not recognize him at first, but he was too familiar with Yi Yuan after all. For so many years, this had been a nightmare-like existence to him. Although he had a Pyrrhic victory in that battle, his opponent was merely just an Empyrean realm brat. This kind of victory was a humiliation to him. 9 Origin thought that Yi Yuan would become a cripple ever since then. Who knew that meeting again, after 1,000 years? Yi Yuan already grew to the extent of making him have cold feet. Just looking at his current combat power, fighting one-on-one, he would really be killing him like killing a chicken. Tiansu naturally knew about 90 Origins matters. Hearing him say so, he was extremely shocked too. It's him? A human's small world collapsing. How could he possibly cultivate to such a boundary within 1,000 years? Tiansu said in shock. 1,000 years, cultivating from a puny little Empyrean to an invincible heavenly emperor. This rate of progress was really too horrifying. A hint of viciousness flashed across in 90 Origin's eyes, and he said in a chilly voice, "Lord Commander, you mustn't let this boy continue to grow. He must be killed today." Tiansu deeply felt that way too, and said with a nod, "This boy is too terrifying. Furthermore, he's already close to the Deva realm. If let him continue to grow, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. I previously received news that there just happens to be 3 9 marks experts in the vicinity. I'll send an instant message crystal to them right now and request them to come over and kill this guy." 9 Origin said in pleasant surprise, "Lord Commander is wise." Tiansu said, "This boy is too strong. We can't let things continue like this anymore. I'll go and face him." Done talking, he leaped and joined in the battle. Although Tiansu was peak 8 marks, his strength was matchless in the entire Divine Children Legion. His status was like Yi Yuan's status in the human army. His addition immediately greatly roused the morale of the Divine Children army. Soldiers against soldiers, general facing general. "Boy, I'll challenge you." Tiansu looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, A hint of contempt showed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said coolly, "Are you a divine child?" Tian Su could not help choking when he heard this. He was indeed not a divine child, but that was because the compet, one, Tian in the heaven lineage was too fierce. His strength when placed in other branch lineages was even somewhat stronger than divine children. Yi Yuan looked at his expression and immediately understood, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Even a divine son isn't my match based on just the likes of you? Still say soldiers against soldiers. General facing general, I really admire your courage." Tian Su gave a cold laugh and said, "Brat, you're too arrogant. My heaven lineage's strength isn't what you can imagine. Although this commander isn't a divine child, my strength isn't the slightest bit worse than a divine child, too. Dealing with you, it's sufficient." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and said, "Is that so? Then bring it on." Tian Su was sent into a flaming rage by Yi Yuan's contemptuous attitude. It was only to see his aura being released, and a horrifying heavenly Tao pressure suddenly descended. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's true nirvana sword formation suddenly activated. Poo, poo, poo. Countless sword intent surged. Tian Su did not have time to even make a move, and was pierced into a sieve by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2405, Devastating the Divine Children Legion. Chapter 2405, Devastating the Divine Children Legion. In an instant, it was as if the air solidified. The battle that was originally fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open suddenly came to a stop. Both sides stopped at once. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's side, being shocked to the extreme. Their chief commander, an existence close to invincible beneath 9 marks heavenly Tao realm, was actually one-shot in a single exchange. It turned out that Yi Yuan did not use his full strength previously. His true nirvana sword formation was not even integrated with S.P.A.C. Team Law. Dealing with Tian Su, Yi Yuan fused spatial source inside, and the power immediately increased several levels. One had to know, before Yi Yuan went to the S.P.A.C. Team Turbulence, his strength already crushed Wan Zhen and the rest. Now, returning domineeringly, his S.P.A.C. Team Law already reached an elusive realm. Dealing with a mere peak 8 marks, heavenly Tao realm was seriously nothing much. Forget that Tian Su was not a divine child. Even if he was a divine child, it would not be hard for Yi Yuan to kill him too. Chief Commander. This isn't possible. How can Chief Commander be dead before Unleash? Plussing a single move? Aren't humans all a bunch of ants? Why is he so strong? The moment Yi Yuan made his move, the impact that it dealt to the Divine Children Legion was seriously too strong. The strongest person in their legion was one-shot by Yi Yuan. Before this, any one of them could easily kill same-rank humans when they took action. But now, what kind of situation was this? Especially Nine Origin. His 2 eyes became wide saucers, somewhat wondering whether he saw wrongly or not. Was this horrifying to the extreme major power before his eyes, really that young man who stood in front of him back then, and yelled out, "Why would Yi Yuan fear a fight?" How lowly was he at that time? But after 1,000 years, this lowly youth already became a top major power that left him dead in the water. He touched his heart and felt that he already regarded Yi Yuan highly enough. But only at the end did he discover to his dismay that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. No way, allowing him to continue growing unchecked. He'll definitely be my divine race's mortal calamity. Got to hold him back. After the 3 9 marks, heavenly Tao realm powerhouses come, he'll be dead for sure. Nine Origin shouted in his heart. Thinking up to here, he had no more thoughts in his heart and roared angrily, "What are you all still in a daze for? Everyone, attack together!" avenge Chief Commander. Kill this guy at all costs. This voice immediately shattered the brief stasis. All of the divine children were immediately startled awake. Tian Su's prestige was extremely high in the Divine Children Legion. 90 Origins shout immediately aroused their fighting spirit. Hence, the Divine Children pounced over toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives. They completely disregarded casualties, each and every one killing until their eyes turned red, only wanting Yi Yuan's life. As for the army behind Yi Yuan, they did not care about it at all anymore. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. When 200,000 Divine Children Legion pounced on a person at the same time, the combat power practically already closed in on Deva's second blight. A threat of death immediately rushed over. But Yi Yuan was not alarmed when he saw this situation, but happy instead. What he wanted was this kind of feeling. Only a fight between life and death could stimulate his potential. Furthermore, him sharing other people's pressure, the others could also get corresponding training. If let the others clash head-on with the Divine Children Legion, that would be a one-sided slaughter and not training anymore. Although unpredictable children were strong, facing the well-trained Divine Children Legion, they still fell short by a lot, let alone that they were even at a disadvantage in numbers. This situation in front of them could be said to be the most ideal state already, facing the Divine Children Legion's frenzied assault. Yi Yuan could not hide his strength anymore. The complete version of the true Nirvana sword formation was fully released. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into Yi Yuan's tempo. The profound sword formation law reverberated back and forth inside the sword formation, the power terrifying to the extreme. However, the Divine Children Legion's frenzied attacks similarly could not be underestimated. The divine race only cultivated heavenly Tao. They brought the coercion of great Tao to contend with Yi Yuan. One person's strength might not be much, but 200,000 people added together. It was terrifying. Inside the sword formation, intense rumbling sounds erupted. The entire battlefield already became an utter mess. The forest in a radius of 100,000 miles was long already razed to the ground. But the more they fought, the more alarmed the Divine Children Legion became. Yi Yuan's combat power was simply hair-raisingly strong. Him alone practically shouldered close to half of the entire Divine Children Legion's offensive power. It was equivalent to him alone blocking half of the Divine Children Legion. How could this sort of thing happen in reality? If Yi Yuan was Deva realm, then forget it. But Yi Yuan was just a heavenly emperor realm martial artist. They did not dare to believe that this sort of thing was actually real. Yet, it was happening before their eyes. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's sword formation made them want to vomit blood very much. The advantage of numbers was diminished to the extreme by the true Nirvana sword formation. It was impossible for them to want to deal with Yi Yuan like dealing with that Deva Second Blight powerhouse. When those divine children arrived before Yi Yuan, they would be divided naturally by the sword formation, unable to form a powerful, cohesive force at all. Even for the current Yi Yuan, if he clashed head-on with the Divine Children Legion, it would be the outcome of certain death too. Hence, he naturally would not be so silly. However, the 9 origin in the Divine Children Legion, the shock in his heart grew even stronger. He was already unable to describe the feelings in his heart. Yi Yuan's means of one-shotting Tian Su was actually still not his full strength. This guy actually cultivated sword Tao source, formation Tao source, as well as S.P.A.C. team law to such a horrifying realm at the same time. This kind of thing was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Yuan himself would not be relaxed too. The Divine Children Legion was well-trained and extremely cohesive, far from what the human army could compare to. The extremely tragic battle still caused him significant injuries. Even with his current strength, these divine children were very hard to kill too. Fortunately, he was extremely tenacious and not afraid of a battle of attrition. This was a fierce battle, true for the Divine Children Legion, and similarly the same for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know that danger was currently slowly approaching. Extremely far away, 3 streaks of flowing light actually met together without prior agreement. Tian Zhao, Li Qing, you guys actually came too. Looks like Tian Su, that kid, ran into a considerable problem. The one speaking was the profound lineage's 9 marks powerhouse, Yuan Zhen. This person was precisely a divine son of the same period as 9 origin. At present, he already entered the realm of 9 marks, looking down on the world, becoming a profound lineage ancestor S powerhouse. His strength was much stronger than even Deva First Blight, closing in on Deva's Second Blight. As for the other 2, Tian Zhao and Li Qing, they were respectively the Heaven Lineage and Yellow Lineage's 9 marks powerhouses. Their strength similarly should not be underestimated. These 3 people gathering together would absolutely be a nightmare to the Yi Yuan, who fell into a fierce fight. Yuan Zhen, you actually came too. Looks like the Divine Children Legion really met its match this time. We need to hurry up. The Divine Children Legion is an important army for suppressing the world. Nothing must happen. Tian Zhao also said with a slightly dark look. The other 2 deeply felt that way too, and said, "Can't delay anymore. Hurry up." Chapter 2406. Battling 3 great 9 marks powerhouses alone. Chapter 2406. Battling 3 great 9 marks powerhouses alone. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the losses of the Divine Children Legion were more miserable. After more than half a day, the combat power that the Divine Children Legion lost was already several tens of thousands. This scale of loss was the first time in the history of the Divine Children Legion. Everyone wanted to kill Yi Yuan, but the final results were their own deaths. Yi Yuan's true nirvana sword formation was like a bottomless hole, continuously devouring the lives of the divine children. Presently, Yi Yuan alone already killed close to 10,000 divine children, but he himself stood firm like a mountain. 9 Origin wandered outside of the sword formation, screaming frantically in his heart, hoping for those 3 great 9 marks heavenly Tao realms to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, he was virtually seeing each second as if it was a year. Seeing one companion after another die in front of him, he was almost going insane. Of course, along with the Sage of Time, the effect of the sneak attack was already lost. Under the positional warfare, their casualties started to intensify. In a short half a day's time, the army of 100,000 people already lost close to 20,000 people. A loss of this scale was still because Yi Yuan contained the vast majority of the military force. Pang Zhen and the rest became more and more terrified as they fought. Only now did they know how strong the divine race's combat power was. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was shuttling back and forth indeterminately inside the army, they could not help but admire. If not for Yi Yuan, even if they could find this place, even if they ambushed, it would likely be the outcome of complete annihilation too. This point was not worth the slightest doubt. But they also discovered that this battle fighting until now, even though the casualties were heavy, the casualties were gradually decreasing. Some unpredictable children already made considerable improvement after experiencing a tragic battle. Indeed, as Yi Yuan said, a battle at one's limit was the fastest way to increase one's strength. As long as they survived this battle, This human army would become an elite division. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed. He sensed that several powerful auras were moving quickly to this side. This shock was by no means insignificant. These few auras were very powerful, virtually arriving in an instant. When Yuan Zhen, 3 people rushed over and saw this miserable scene, they were also dumbstruck with shock. They had never thought that the Divine Children Legion would actually be forced to such an extent. This Divine Children Legion, before their eyes, was already close to half lost. The army of over 200,000 was only left with 120 to 130,000 people already. It could be seen how strong this battle's opponents were. Where did this human army pop out from? How can they be so strong? Tian Zhao said in shock. Yuan Zhen's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said, "Looks like we underestimated the humans." However, Tian Su is actually not in the army. Could it be that he actually fell? The moment the 2 people looked, they indeed did not find Tian Su and could not help being shocked. The piece of intel was sent by Tian Su, but Tian Su was no longer in the army. Then there was only one possibility. Tian Su already died, but the army was still there and the commander was already dead. This kind of situation was really too surprising. Yuan Zhen's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Yuan, and his pupils could not help constricting. That human restrained close to half of the military might by himself, truly terrifying. Tian Su probably called us here for him. I really didn't think that the humans actually had such a terrifying genius. Yuan Zhen exclaimed. But right at this time, Nine Origin finally discovered these 3 people and was immediately overcome with joy, calling out in a loud voice, "Lord Yuan Zhen, Commander Tian Su has already been killed by Yi Yuan. This boy's talent is too monstrous. We definitely can't let him live. 3 excellencies, please take action and kill this guy." Yuan Zhen's eyes turned slightly grim, and he said with a nod, "Understood. Tian Zhao, Li Qing, attack together and kill this boy." At the same time with him being shocked, Yuan Zhen's apprehension toward Yi Yuan also became extremely strong. He already saw through that Yi Yuan's sword formation contained 4 kinds of terrifying power of loss. Furthermore, all of them practically reached the level of rank 2 source. This kind of talent was simply too inconceivable. How could this sort of person be left on this earth? Boom! Yuan Zhen released his aura. The pressure of 9 marks heavenly Tao realm suddenly spread out. Only then did many unpredictable children notice Yuan Zhen 3 people. Their expressions immediately changed wildly. "Lord St. Azure, things are bad." 3 9 marks powerhouses actually came from the divine race. "This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Let's hurry up and retreat." Wang Jin exclaimed. Suddenly, Yi Yuan yelled out, "All hold steady for me. It's already too late to retreat now. It will only cause more casualties. Leave these 3 people to me. Wan Zhen, Pang Zhen, the Divine Children Legion, will be left to you all." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly turned into nothingness. When he appeared again, he was already facing Yuan Zhen. Rumble! In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already clashed with the 3 people. A single rumble made everyone present extremely shocked. Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed under the pincer attack of the 3 great 9 marks powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan came and went as he pleased. If he wanted to go, and body could keep him at all. It was easy for him to leave, but it would not be that easy for the other unpredictable children to want to leave. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not leave. Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were all sensible people. One looked, and they knew what was going on. This sudden turn of events was what everyone did not expect. But Yi Yuan's action made them inexplicably moved. He alone blocked more than half of the pressure. Wanjin said in a clear voice. Brothers, hold on for me. Lord St. Azure fought dauntlessly in why battle for us? So we can't hold him back either. The Divine Children Legion is merely like this. Let's kill, 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 kill. For some time, the human army was greatly encouraged and erupted with a powerful combat strength. However, the moment Yi Yuan left, the Divine Children Legion's combat power was instantly liberated. Their combat strength suddenly increased by a huge margin. In virtually an instant, both sides' fighting escalated again. The battle became even more miserable. While on Yi Yuan's side, Yi Yuan actually blocked 3 great 9 marks powerhouses with his power alone, and among them there was even a true divine child, Yuan Zhan. Although these 3 people just entered 9 marks, their combat power already closed in on Deva's second blight. But even so, Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation still resisted them stubbornly. Blazing Flame Heavenly Pit, True Martial Universe, Tai Heaven Seal. Yuan Zhan, 3 people did not hesitate in the slightest unleash plussing powerful moves. But when they faced off against Yi Yuan, they felt like they had fallen into a quagmire. The vortex of C-Team Law greatly reduced the power of their formidable moves. The more the 3 fought, the more shocked they became. A mere human late-stage, Heavenly Emperor martial artist actually jumped realms and blocked the teaming up of 3 great 9 marks powerhouses. When Nine Origins saw this scene, he was shocked until he was staring dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape to the divine race. 8 marks to 9 marks was a heavenly chasm. This heavenly chasm was far from what 9th firmament, Heavenly Emperor to Deva, First Blight, could compare to. But crossing this heavenly chasm, it was tantamount to standing on top of the summit, and one could roam the world unhindered. Even if a powerhouse who just entered 9 marks faced off against a Deva, First Blight, it was virtually rolling them over too. But now, Yi Yuan actually blocked the teaming up of 3 great 9 marks powerhouses with his power alone. Chapter 2407, Heavenly Tao True Martial. Chapter 2407, Heavenly Tao True Martial. Our divine race only cultivates Heavenly Tao and fights the enemy with the power of Heavenly Tao. But the Heavenly Tao contained within this sword formation is actually much stronger than me. How can the human race have such a monstrous person? While fighting fiercely, Yuan Zhan's heart shook wildly. Heavenly Tao was the foundation of all things, towering above laws. As the saying went, Tao gave birth to one, one birthed two, two birthed three, three birthed all things. Heavenly Tao was the root of everything. The divine race enjoyed exceptional advantages in cultivation innately. Their combat power was several times that of other races of the same rank. But now they were actually beaten by a human junior. How could they not be surprised by such a thing? No wonder Tian Su called us over so anxiously. If this boy doesn't die, he'll be my divine race's mortal calamity. Li Qing also said, his injuries aren't light. Take his life while he's injured. Tian Zhao also said, after the shock, a strong killing intent surged in the 3 people's hearts. The sense of danger that Yi Yuan gave them was too strong. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan was currently still entering the battle with injuries. If Yi Yuan was not killed today, after he grew up, he would become even more terrifying. He might bring indelible damage to the divine race. Therefore, Yi Yuan must be nipped in the bud. The 3 people's auras increased tremendously. Previously, they still more or less harbored slight underestimation of Yi Yuan and were holding back to some extent. This time, they were going all out. Yuan Zhan looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of indifference, as he said, "Boy, you're very good. You can even match ancient human powerhouses already." being able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Celestial Avatar. Yuan Zhen roared fiercely. The 9 dark marks on his body suddenly became extremely dazzling. His body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, he expanded to 3 times his original size, becoming a big and tall giant. The explosive power that surged from his body made everyone's faces change drastically. When Nine Origin saw this scene, he could not help laughing wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha! Celestial Avatar, Lord Yuanzhen's Heavenly Tao True Martial. He finally used this move. Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure." He and Yuanzhen competed for the position of divine children at the same time. At that time, Yuanzhen relied on this move to sweep away his opponents in the same generation and to establish his position of divine son in one stroke. This move borrowed the power of heavenly Tao to strengthen one's physical body. The divine race merged body and spirit. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful to begin with. Even if it was inferior to Yi Yuan's perfect 9th transformation, it was also not far off. But this move could borrow the power of heavenly Tao to break the shackles of the physical body, making one's strength skyrocket dozens of times, all at once. This kind of level already surpassed, said the category of the 9 transformations, and reached the level of Tao. That kind of explosive power made people tremble. Being able to become a divine child, each one had formidable combat power. The true power of the divine race, apart from Tianqing, was ACCU, mulatted by precisely the divine children of the past. Heavenly Tao True Martial, as the name suggested, it was a powerful martial art created by borrowing the power of heavenly Tao. The power was simply unimaginable. The divine race looked down on all races. What they relied on was also precisely heavenly Tao True Martial. Once heavenly Tao True Martial was exhibited, it could break through the limits of one's body, reaching the level of Tao. Furthermore, one was only qualified to comprehend heavenly Tao True Martial after reaching 9 marks heavenly Tao realm as well. Back then, when Yi Yuan battled Divine Son Xian, if the other party had comprehended a heavenly Tao True Martial, Yi Yuan absolutely would not have won that easily. What powerful strength! The power of the fleshy body can actually reach such a terrifying extent. I finally understand why Lord Profound's secrets they all are so wary of the divine race. Turns out that we never encountered the divine race's true powerhouses. 9 marks heavenly Tao realm is when they are truly terrifying. On the human army's side, the faces of the group of unpredictable children turned ashen, being deeply shocked by Yuanzhen's might. Only at this time did they understand what right the divine race had to dominate the heavenspan world. Who could block this level of power? This was still just an initial stage 9 marks powerhouse. Once a peak 9 marks powerhouse executed heavenly Tao True Martial, what kind of degree would that strength soar to? Today, under Yi Yuan's compulsion, they finally witnessed the true divine race. Heavenly Tao True Martial, this name that was unfamiliar but also incomparably powerful to the human race, appeared on the stage of history. Even Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably serious too when he saw Celestial Avatar this move. It was also his first time witnessing the divine race's true power. It was impossible for his perfect 9 transformations golden body to reach such terrifying power too. Heavenly Tao True Martial is it? Just what kind of terrifying battle did Hang they all experience back then? Yi Yuan could not help as he said with a rueful sigh. Yi Yuan had always heard that the divine race was strong, but in his eyes, the divine race was merely SOSO. Hang, as the grand ancestor, S.P.A.C. team, he comprehended S.P.A.C. and time, 2 great supreme laws. His combat power was extremely terrifying. Even if the other grand ancestors' strength was not as good as Shanghang's, they were definitely extremely terrifying too. But 18 grand ancestors, there was actually not a single one who survived. It was not just that. Among the 5th Blight and 4th Blight powerhouses back then, less than 1 in 10 was still alive. What right did the divine race have? Today, he finally understood. A puny little Yuanzhen was so terrifying after using Heavenly Tao True Martial. Then what about Tianqing? Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, stared at Yuanzhen, and said with surging fighting intent, "Heavenly Tao True Martial. Is it? Then I'll take a look at how strong the divine race's true combat strength is. Ha ha ha. You'll experience it very soon. My divine race is invincible in the world." Yuanzhen gave a loud laugh, waved his enormous arm, and smashed a fist over. An unremarkable punch, without any flass. I plus Ness. But this punch gave people a feeling of obliterating heaven and decimating the earth. Without the slightest sound of a tear through the air, no earth-shattering explosions. It was as if everything reached the boundary of returning to one's original simplicity. Although it was plain, no one felt that this punch was not strong. When the two came to blows, it would be an earth-shattering moment. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The true Nirvana sword formation suddenly lit up. This time, he did not hold back at all, urging the true Nirvana sword formation to the limit. Boom! One strike, the true Nirvana sword formation collapsed and dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, fresh blood hurling wildly from his mouth, already adding injuries on top of injuries. 9 marks, Heavenly Tao Realm plus Heavenly Tao True Martial. The power was formidably strong. Since Yi Yuan created the true Nirvana sword formation, he had virtually yet to taste a single defeat. But today, he lost. The giant Yuanzhen was high up in the air proudly, as if he was really a celestial deity who represented Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao True Martial, what it represents is the power of Heavenly Tao, towering above laws. Time law is fine, spatial law too. They can all be ignored. Young man, being able to receive my Heavenly Tao True Martial's one punch and not die, you're really very strong. If you can reach Deva Realm, probably even I won't be a match to. Therefore, you must die today. Done talking, he turned to Tian Zhao and Li Qing and said, "Attack together. Kill him, and don't give him any chance." In front of Yuanzhen, the two of them paled much more in comparison. But they were also 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses, no matter what. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. The 3 people attacked together, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. His life and death were hanging by a thread.